We need notice, right? Going back, notice time, values of kids. Make sure to answer super space, answer super space questions on some of the stuff. Not taking out of the water. Super space questions on some of the stuff. Make sure that statement is up all the time. But those are pointed in fast. Don't forget what to say. Don't say, keep your head right. Get a specific answer. This make sure your head is high, your head is up, your eyes are looking up the sky, the toes are pointed, and the knees are up. Don't get hands, barring your knees. One leg down.
Good morning. How are you? Very fine. Well done. Yeah, I want to show this monitor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Welcome the lovely interest. Professor Albert, good morning, sir. We're happy to have you on.
Good morning.
Sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Everyone.
Fine, thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
His Royal Highness, Otaru Sunday. You are welcome, sir. We're happy to have you on board.
We are not hearing you.
You cannot hear me, sir? Please check your phone, sir. The network is going from this end. All right, we plan to start early today. One of the reasons why I instructed that we join by 8:45 is because some people did not have the opportunity to introduce themselves yesterday. Now, the idea is that we would all, some people introduce themselves 9 on the dot. 9 on the dot. Professor Albert would start his presentation. Whether people are online or not, he will start his presentation at exactly 9 o'clock. That's for this morning. However, before we start, I don't mind if we start introducing ourselves. We'll start with, let me see, Lieutenant Okpong. So, Lieutenant Okpong, you can introduce yourself, sir. Lieutenant Okpong, are you there? Okay, anybody? Yes, go ahead. Yourself, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, I'm Lieutenant Okpong. I'm officer. I'm serving as the legal officer and also company secretary in one of our companies, not that limited. And I've met all of you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good to see you online. All right. Who else is online that not introduced themselves yesterday? John Divine Fortune. Please introduce yourself. John Divine, are you online? Yeah, please introduce yourself. Go ahead. Okay, whoever is online can introduce themselves, please. Just introduce. If you did not do it yesterday, just do a introduction. Okay, I want to assume everybody introduced themselves yesterday. All right. So I will quickly do a recap. Yesterday, we started with a goodwill message. And after that, we introduced what we're here to do. After we finished with what we're here to do yesterday, the first lecture of yesterday was presented by Dr. Neji, who presented on ADR.
Hello, good morning, Secretary.
Yes, good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Ali. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Even though I introduced myself yesterday,
Okay.
but because of the grandfather who is the grandmaster who is on the platform this morning, let me take the benefit and that privilege to once again extend my warm greetings to Professor Albert and all the distinguished personalities on the platform. My name is Aliyu Akoshile. I'm a journalist, now specifically environmental journalist. I had the privilege of being the managing director of the Daily Times newspaper. I was also executive director of the Daily Trust newspaper. Now I run a newspaper on environment, which is called the Nature News, the first of its kind in Africa. Currently, I'm pursuing a doctorate degree in peace and conflict resolution, and I have research interest in climate-induced conflicts, especially the header farmer conflicts in the middle belt of Nigeria. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm really excited to share this platform, to be on this platform where we have Professor Albert and all the esteemed participants. Thank you so much.
The secretary should unmute. His phone is muted.
Thank you, sir. I did not even take note that I didn't muted myself. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yesterday we started with Dr. Neji, who incidentally is online, the first vice president. He spoke to us about ADR yesterday. And after the secretary spoke, after Dr. Neji, we had a presentation yesterday by Professor Tunde Akoni. Incidentally, he has sent links like he promised yesterday. I'll forward it to the group very soon on some of the things he had done that to do with media and media engagement in community engagement media. So after that, we had Dr. Faleti, who presented on negotiation in conflict in peace building environment, especially community engagement. After Dr. Faleti yesterday, we had Dr. Adiola Adams, who spoke on mediation. I remember people commented about the caucusing that he brought out of that, what he said yesterday. Now, after Dr. Adams yesterday, we now had Bukola. Bukola spoke to us yesterday about humanitarian response. She gave us the challenges that are involved in humanitarian responses, especially in conflict situation and in community engagement. So after Bukola yesterday, we had Professor Freedom Onuha. He spoke to us about civil military relations and the challenges you may occur in community engagement. He did a lot of, first of all, he gave us issues on civil military relations. They gave us real examples, of what we had to go through or how you will be able to go over such hurdles when it comes to human relations. Immediately after he did, we have Professor Kwaja. Professor Kwaja delved into track one diplomacy and how it was important to carry along the government, NGOs, and all that, those that are in the track one diplomacy, how it is very important to engage them before you go ahead with community engagement. He explained more that if you do not have, and the policies they have on ground. I remember the cases, one of the questions I was asked was NEMA and SEMA, that we had NEMA, we had SEMA, but LEMA was really not in existence, and that may be a challenge to community engagement at that level. Finally, yesterday we had Associate Professor Abiola Ademula, who spoke to us about partnership linkages and how we need to partner. You know, why that was a good capping for yesterday was to show you that if you look at it from the beginning to the end, we looked at it from the angle of from the angle of the civil society organizations. We look at it from the angle of the community themselves, like Dr. Fighty said, the buy-in, because we don't have a buy-in from the community. And Professor Abel to make more expansion on that. If you don't have the buy-in from the community, the resultant, the result will be that your project is already failing even before it starts. So linkages and partnerships shows that you cannot do it alone. And funding, you actually need to ensure that everybody is carried along. At the end of the day, what you want to do, we come up. Dr. Fighty gave an example of trying to do a project that has to do with water in is it totality now in a particular environment, and how the women went to destroy those the borehole because it was denying them the opportunities to be able to discuss and have their meeting by the water side. So with that, I want to welcome us to this morning's engagement. The program would of course be moderated by the veteran Alhaji Muhammad Kudu Abubakar and Ms. Tosin Ojewale later today. But as at this junction, this is 8:59. Without much further ado, I know we were about 78 yesterday, but like I said, we'll not wait for anybody today because time is our constraints. We have about 4 lectures today and we have induction. And we promise to see if with all sense of humility to ensure we end by 1 p.m. so that our Muslim brothers will go for prayers. So without much further, I want to invite the doyen of peace studies in Africa, like I said, the one who brought peace studies to Nigeria and the whole of West Africa, the man who most of us, including me, call our mentor, because without his teaching, without him telling us what we know about peace today, perhaps peace studies in itself and conflict studies may not be something that we are coming to do today. In fact, we refer to him as the founder of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Please help me welcome the one who is a member of Chatham House, the editor, and he's also one of the he's in many journals in Africa as the editor or as a member. He's also a member of Social Sciences SSRC. Please help me with a a clap ovation. Welcome to this morning's program to take his presentation on community engagement, Professor Isaac Olawale Albert. Please help me give him a round of applause. So
thank you so much, Larry, for this introduction. Please, can you enable me to share my screen? I want to share my screen. Please enable me.
Done, sir. Done, sir.
Okay, done. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, please help me to share the screen. I can't do it from here.
Sir, it's on multiple sharing, sir. You can share your
It's on multiple sharing.
Yes, sir.
But I can't see it from here.
Oh, okay. Let us we'll share it from here, sir.
But I can't see it because I'm going to follow it. I don't have the hard copy.
Okay. Okay, sir. But I've enabled multiple sharing.
Oh, okay. So let me try again.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Good morning to you all. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
we hear you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So good morning to all. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
thank you so much for enrolling on this project. It is an indication that we are truly committed to the spirit of community engagement. Yesterday, I could not join you because I was traveling from Malindi to Mombasa. I am currently in Mombasa, and this evening I'll be flying to Addis Ababa for another meeting. Now, the assignment given to me is to address the subject matter of community engagement in the management of security challenges. Of course, we are all familiar with the security challenges in Nigeria. We know where the problems are and how disturbing they are. It has reached a stage now in which all of us have to invest more on the identification of what each of us must do. I like the spirit of my brother Akoshile. I've met him in a number of meetings. He's committed to this issue of climate change, and it's like he has given himself that onerous assignment of contributing meaningfully to the development of structures for managing climate change in Nigeria. And I think this is what is expected of all of us. We need to identify the specific area in which we will, support the Nigerian state in managing the problems in our society. Now, when we talk, when we are talking about security, management of security challenges, normally, conventionally, it's supposed to be approached from three angles: what the security sector should do, what the political leaders should do, what the economic sector should do. But in Nigeria, it's like we have put all the burdens on the military. So our goal, management of security problems is rested on three pillars: security, political, and economic. What everybody does is to focus on the security sector alone. And I think that to me is a major problem. It's a major problem. Every morning, I listen to all the television stations, analysts on television stations talk about the problems in Nigeria. In the evening, I listen to all the panels from Journalists Hangout to Politics Today and the rest of them. And I get disappointed that most of the time, everybody is talking about what the security agencies have not done. But the question is, we've forgotten that security agencies have just about 1/3 of the work to do. What are our political leaders doing? What are the political structures that are out there to clean up the mess we have created for ourselves? What are the economic issues that we need to deal with? Until the political and economic issues are dealt with, there is little that our security officials can do. And I think one of the most annoying recommendations I saw on the television, and about 4 times, is that you find people recommending that our service chiefs should be given KPIs, key performance indicators index, that give them 3 months. If they are unable to restore peace to Nigeria, they should be sacked. To me, I think this is unfair. It shows that we do not know what our soldiers most especially go through in their mission fields, trying to bring peace to Nigeria. Some of them are on the same uniform, the same boot. For weeks, they are unable to change their clothes. They are unable to change their shoes. Many of them don't even take their bath. And then all they get is insult from Nigerians. Now, to me, I think basically it's a product of the fact that we are here to appreciate what we call community engagement. And we go to the next PowerPoint. The next PowerPoint is actually calling our attention to the fact that when you look at the social structure of our society, communities have more issues to do with security management. Problems are created at the community level. Terrorists, insurgents are supported at the community level. Even when outsiders are responsible for security problems, they are able to get away with their criminalities because communities support them. Therefore, community engagement has to do with actually getting communities to know that they have key roles to play in reducing tension in the country. If the problems are prevented at local level, if the problems are actively managed at the local level, then there will be little for our policemen to do. There will be little for our soldiers to do. Unfortunately, rather than actually doing what is expected of us at community level, all we do is to demonize our security officials, is to call them names, is to disrespect them. So what community engagement actually is trying to do is to make us to become more alive to our responsibilities as community members. What is it that we have to do? What role can we play? Now, in this PowerPoint, I try to define community engagement as a process of working collaboratively with a group or group of people on a shared goal or common interest. Now, we need to ask ourselves at community level, do we really want to have a peaceful Nigerian society? Until at local level we say yes, there can never be peace. We cannot be supporting people creating security problems for our country and at the same time be expecting peace to come. So what we try to do here is to define community engagement and to say that it has to do with citizens' contribution to security management. Now, why does community engagement matters? The communities targeted by terrorists for recruitment and support need to be engaged by government, committed to reducing the threat. So we are saying that people come from outside to recruit us. If we say no, then they'll go back. Then the voices of communities also must be magnified when considering dialogue as a counter-terrorism intervention. Now here, I try to cite the statement, a global statement from one of the greatest icons of community engagement globally, called Rohan Gunaratna. In a paper titled Communities Defeat Terrorism, post 9/11 Community Engagement Strategies. Rohan said, 10 years after 9/11, it is clear that without winning over communities at risk, terrorism will continue and may even escalate. The communities targeted by the terrorists for recruitment and support needs to be engaged by government committed to reducing the threat. Without engaging community, producing the terrorists and supporters, the threat will persist and even grow. To defeat terrorism and its antecedent extremism, community engagement is a global imperative in the 21st century. So the point that this lady is making is that community engagement is, in fact, even more important than military operations, because military operations cannot work when communities are not supporting the military. Military operations will reduce in intensity if communities choose not to work with state enemies. Now, there is this project called Communities Can Defeat Terrorism in the UK. It is one of the strategies they used in the UK to actually defeat terrorism. So what they did in the UK is, as the government was investing in building the military, the police, they were also investing in empowering communities. For example, Akoshila said he's interested in issues of climate change and so on. The question is, who is supporting him? This is somebody who has come out clearly to say, I want to contribute to the solution. But the question is, if we do not assist him, if we do not give him the financial support, if we do not give him the academic support, if we do not give him all the wherewithal for making him to succeed, then it's most likely to fail. So if he comes to me, for example, today, to say, Professor Albert, you are a peace icon. Can you give me a lecture, or can you give the people I'm working with a lecture for free? Will I accept his offer? Won't I be asking him to give me money? So we are looking forward to how community engagement has to do with how all of us can come out to support those who have indicated interest in contributing to the peace of the country. Because if climate change is well managed and Nigeria becomes more peaceful, it is not Akoshile alone that is going to reap the benefits. All of us as citizens of Nigeria will reap the benefit. So this is not an assignment that he's doing for himself, but something that he is doing for the entire society. Now, when I interact with the police and they talk about state police, they talk about community policing, I realize that our understanding of what constitutes a community in some cases is even wrong. We do not know what is called community. And therefore, if you don't know what is called community, it becomes difficult for you to totally show understanding of what constitutes community engagement. So we have different types of community. The first type is what we call physical and environmental community. So you are saying how to bring peace to Ibadan, how to bring peace to Malindi, how to bring peace to Mombasa, how to bring peace to New York. So that is to say that you are naming community engagement according to geographic attributions, and I think this is the general understanding of it. When we say community engagement, most of us think that it is limited to the peace of our immediate town where we're living, immediate village where we're living. But there is also a political community. A political community, refers to governance structures and institutions that keeps the society together. The judiciary is a political community. The legislature is a political community. The executive is a political community. The APC is a political community. PDP is a political community. So therefore, when we say community engagement, we are also referring to the fact that it is important for us to also engage these structures. How do we engage political parties? How do we engage the parliament? How do we engage the judiciary? Now, when you are doing that, you are actually operating at the level of political community engagement. Then there is social community. We are referring to the social structures into which we have broken ourselves in the society. I'm Yoruba, the other person is Igbo, the other person Hausa, Fulani. Then I'm a Christian, you're a Muslim. I mean, this has to do with this is social community categorization. So when we say social community engagement, we are referring to how we help to bring ethnic groups together, how we help to bring religious groups together, how we help to bring the different structures of the society, women, how we help to, align interests of women with those of men in the society. Then you have economic community. Economic community refers to the economic structures, institutions, and relationships in the town or village. This often goes beyond ethnic, religious, and gender boundaries. Economic community, you are referring to association of fuel dealers or petroleum, those who are in charge of petroleum. You are referring to people who control our energy. You are referring to people who control the supply of our essential goods in the society. Then the last one is what we call communities of impact. When things are happening or when security problems are evident in any structure, it impacts on everybody. Now, a community of impact will include displaced persons, we include refugees, we include ill. So in other words, communities of impact will consist of physical community, political community, social community, economic community. I mean, it's like when you look at us in Nigeria today, we say we have problems of at least electricity. So we are a community of impact. It affects everybody. When you say you have insecurity in Nigeria today, everybody is afraid. So we constitute a community of impact. So now when we say community engagement, therefore, we are referring to how to attend to all these constituencies of interest, these different groups that we have identified. You know, how do we relate with them? How do we actually help them to manage all the crises they face? Now, of all the when we are talking about community engagement, we are actually referring to doing everything that will make a society to be stable, that will make a society to be sustainable. Now, the best framework for showing how a society can be sustainable, is to look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs actually calls our attention to all the essentials for making a society to be stable. When these essentials are not there, then you are most likely to have security challenges. And he said the first one is physiological needs. If our access to food is threatened, if our access to water is threatened, if our access to things, basic things of human survival, if they are absent, we can never be peaceful. Today, we talk about the conflict between farmers and others. The problem is intense because they have to do with physiological needs. The Fulani man is looking for grazing land. The farmer is also looking for, is looking for protection of the environment where he grows his crops and so on. And therefore, when the two of them fight, the fight is always very intense in the sense that it has to do with the biggest issue in human needs. Then the second one, safety needs. This one has to do with security. How do you ensure your security? Then third one, belongingness. Are you recognized as a Nigerian? Are you respected as a Nigerian? Then the fourth one, self-esteem. You have done everything in life to be a successful person, but you are disrespected, you are still not recognized. For example, I get better respected outside Nigeria as a professor of peace and conflict studies. When I fly, I get special tickets. When I'm checked into hotel, they don't give me the lowest hotel, they give me a very good hotel. This help to meet my esteem needs. But when I get back to my country, nobody cares for my type. I'm not a politician, I'm not a state governor, I'm not whatever. So then the last one, self-actualization. Self-actualization is your environment making it possible for you to be the person that you want to be. You've gone to school, you've worked very hard. But if your society keeps pulling you down, then it could generate conflict. So what we're trying to say here is that when you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they provide basic, they call our attention to the basic needs that are needed for stabilizing a society, for making a society peaceful. And therefore, when we want to engage a community, we are actually targeting each of these issues. We may not be able to target all of them. Now, for a person that is interested in climate change, you are actually looking at physiological needs. You are looking at safety needs, because without those two, life is not possible. And that is what our works around climate change is all about. Now, Buratai made a statement many years ago, I mean, most especially after he left office. And I'm using this statement to underscore the significance of community engagement. He said the situation, and he is referring to the security challenges in Nigeria. He said the situation is that of asymmetric warfare. It is a complex operation. It is something that started more than 30, 40 years ago. They have penetrated communities in Nigeria, Chad, Niger. 5 local governments in Borno State cannot have good access to roads since independence till now. The same thing in the Northwest. There are so many ungovernable spaces. And until those locations are penetrated with the right infrastructure and amenities, then we will carry everybody along, and education is very fundamental. These are the realities. The truth must be told, because this cannot end at the dictates of time and may take another 20 years. And that is the truth. Only the military is seen to solve the thing, but it is not. Military cannot solve this action. In the first place, it wasn't the military that started it. So the point he's trying to make is that he's calling our attention also to the third leg, to the 3 legs of security management. He's talking about the security aspect of it, the political aspect of it, the economic aspect of it. And what Bobrata is saying invariably is that if you fail to manage the political problems in the society, if you fail to provide economic means of survival, then you must be ready to welcome problems. And the military alone cannot actually deal with the problems in the society. The military will do its own bit of the work, as we see all over the country, but it is not the military that will build roads. It is not the military that will provide employment. It is not the military that will provide food. So the point he is trying to make is that community engagement must attend to the 3 legs on which our society stands. Now, Brother made a similar shocking prediction on December 1, 2020, while still in office, but not as openly as he did in this, the last one that we cited. It was on his verified Facebook page. While responding to the killing of 43 rice farmers in Zamari, a community in Jere local government in Borno State, and in the wake of the call by the National Assembly on President Buhari to sack him and the other service chiefs. Now, he made this statement. He said there is a general misunderstanding of what insurgency and terrorism entail. There is likelihood of terrorism persisting in Nigeria for another 20 years. It only depends on the level of escalation and appropriate responses by all stakeholders, both civil and military authorities. Citizens' responsibility is equally important and imperative. All must cooperate to contain the lingering insecurity. Let there be collective action and responsibility. So what the former chief of army staff actually was saying here once again is that the military alone cannot do it. You know, those of us who abuse the military, those of us who abuse the government, must come to the realization that we are community members. The question is, what are we doing? What should we be doing? What do we have the capacity to do? How many of us are willing to come to SPSP training like this to acquire knowledge on what to do and how to do them? And once again, I will use this opportunity to thank all of you that have decided to pay to be trained on how to bring peace to Nigeria. In fact, we expect the government to be giving scholarship to people coming to this type of training, because when you do the work, you are not doing it for yourself, you are doing it for the Nigerian state. Now, response options. If we say we have problems in Nigeria, the question is, how are we responding to the problems? Or how should those of us who have been trained should respond to the problems? And here we present 5 response options. The first one is for us to ignore the problem or deny the problem or avoid the problem. Here we're saying that people are being killed in Plateau State, they are being killed in Benue State. Some state officials might say, let's not do anything about it. Some individuals like you might say, let's not do anything about it. The second one is strategic withdrawal. Strategic withdrawal is not doing anything about it, but saying it is some other people who should do something about it. Each of you that are on this training might pocket your money and say it is not your responsibility to bring peace to Nigeria. Strategic withdrawal. It is the role of the government, but you are not choosing this option. Third one, third party decision making. You are saying that, well, the work should be done by the government, it should be done by the parliament, it should be done by the judiciary. But as you look around you today, we are increasingly having problems with our parliament. They are not passing relevant laws. And when they pass laws, these laws are not used. Then on increasing basis, we also have problems with our judiciary. Recently, you find the military and even state governments saying that we accosted criminals, but we took them to court and the court set them free. So this is adding to the problems. The fourth one is to say, okay, we have problems in our community. Let us constitute ourselves into vigilante groups and fight back. But the examples that we saw in Uromi recently is telling us that confrontation, most especially if not done by the state, is sometimes problematic. Now, confrontation is better done by the police, is better done by the army. The question is, how well are they doing it? And the last option is joint problem solving. Joint problem solving is when we critically identify the stakeholders in the security challenges and we try to bring them together to deal with problems using AGR and other options that you have been taught. Now, for community engagement, there are some engagement questions we have to keep in our brains as we go around. We want to help the society, we want to help the communities, but we have to go around with some 6 questions. When you get to a community, you ask yourself, what are the security challenges? Who are the people responsible for these security challenges? Where are these security challenges? How are these security challenges manifesting? When is this security challenges manifesting? And then the last question is, so what? What do we do? What do we do? Now, when we come to the question, what do we do? We will come to the 5 approach to stakeholders engagement that we have to the left of that slide. You have to develop your own engagement strategy. For example, Mr. Koshile that is working on climate change, he needs to go back to the drawing board to clearly identify his engagement strategy. Then you do stakeholder mapping. Who are the people that you want to assist? Why are you assisting them? Then, after you have identified the people you want to assist, develop your strategies. You sit down to plan your intervention. Then, stage 4, you engage the community and, with your action plans. So I want all of us to critically read what we have in this PowerPoint 16. Now, when you are engaging, you need to have goals, and then you need to have what you are promising the society that you are working with. But basically, you have 5 strategies. You want to inform the community, you want to consult the community, you want to involve the community in solving the problem, you want to collaborate with the community in solving the problem, and you want to empower the community. Sorry that I'm constantly mentioning Mr. Koshile, because I know how committed he is to this issue of climate change. Part of his work will include informing the communities on what they need to know. And you cannot inform when you have not identified the gaps in knowledge. Then you consult them on how to solve their problems. When you are solving the problems, don't solve it alone, involve them, collaborate with them, and then empower them to be able to continue the work so that by the time you withdraw from the engagement, they will not be stranded. So Expectations and impact areas. We need advanced knowledge of the people you want to work with, because you cannot go to a community and say you want to assist them when you don't even know what they are going through. And advanced knowledge requires conflict analysis. You analyze the people's problems, you communicate and inform decision making, you influence policy, you change attitude of community members, you change their culture. Now, the last PowerPoint that I'm presenting to you is that when you want to do any community engagement project, you must make yourself trustable. Those you are working with must be ready to trust you, and you cannot force them to trust you. It is your attitude, your behavior that will make them to trust you. For example, in this presentation today, I'm still saying it. I trust Mr. Koshile because I've met him, at a number of meetings. So he is not just pretending. He is not looking for a paper qualification. He's trustable, and then he's believable. Now, until you're able to work well with these two factors, you may not be able to be a very good agent of community engagement. The people should see you and say, oh, this is our man. Oh, we believe that this man can help us. So that means the first thing that has to take place in your life is personal transformation. You cannot bring an armed robber to come and teach morality to a community. So if you're an armed robber, the first thing you need to do is to divest yourself of those criminal acts, behave in a way that will make people to know that you're a changed man, convince them that you have truly changed, and then when you go to them, they will say, oh, we can trust him. So we trust competent people because they have good planning, problem solving, and decision-making skills. And I'm sure that part of what you are doing here today by coming to this training is to make yourself trustable and believable, because you want to acquire the right skills for doing your work. Now, the next question we must ask is that when you go out to do community engagement work, who is sending you? Are you sending yourself? Is the government sending you? Is the community itself sending you after extending invitation to you? So this is a question you must be willing to answer everywhere you go. People will want to know. They want to know where your authority is, where authority lies. I mean, in the process of my own work in Nigeria, I've had communities asking me in some cases that, look, you come here to train us on how to be a peaceful people. We have tea break. Give us lunch. Who is the person giving you this money? And what is the person looking for? So these are questions that will come up at the end of the day. If you are too generous to a community, the community at a stage you want to know what is your interest. So you need to earn the trust of the people, show your worth, and keep your promise. Bridging techniques in communication. You address the question or issue that you have presented to the community. You bridge to a related topic and what you can speak about. The message you are concerned with to discuss must be well explicated, explained to the people, and then you add something compelling to your message. Now, adding something compelling to your message actually has to do with letting the people you are working with, the communities you are working with, to see themselves as winners. For example, a person that is working on climate change, if you keep preaching climate change all over the place, they won't understand you. But when you explain climate change as something that has to be dealt with for making life better for people, for making agricultural products to increase, for making communities to be self-sufficient, they are most likely to believe you very well. Now, the presentation I've made is just to be hooked up with all the other modules that you have been provided. It is not an all-in-all presentation. So let me stop at this point, take questions, and then I go because I must rush to the airport. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sir. Thank you so much, Prof. Sir. Okay.
Prof, for a very beautiful presentation. God bless you, sir.
All right. So what we'll do now is I will take, because it's Professor Albert, we'll take two questions, and then maybe one comment. So if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand. Remember, this is Professor Albert. To make use of this opportunity to ask him the question that is on your neck. So you have a question to ask, please raise your hand and ask the question. He has just spoken to us on community engagement. He gave a brief into community engagement, talked about all the processes involved and how he also, in fact, he built up on what everybody had said yesterday, expanded it beyond, and gave us different insights into community engagement. All right, Mr. Mr. Ati, please, you can ask your question. Go ahead, sir.
It's a pleasure to listen to you, Prof, this morning. Thank you so much. You're an icon in our field, and it's truly an honor. My question goes in this direction. Having seen clearly that some of the challenges our security and law enforcement officers go through are primarily not security challenges, but governance issues, then the absence of people...
Please, I have questions, sir. I have a question.
Please let us take it one after the other. After the other person, then you ask your question. Okay, go ahead, sir. Mr. Ali, go ahead.
Then the absence of people in peace building and conflict transformation in certain places in the security system, as well as the governance structures. Don't you see this, sir, as a major negative? And what are the advocacy plans, for instance, to have people in our field function in places that give government a different direction? Because there's this belief that government can shoot its way through insecurity to the end, when indeed there are issues that we interact with, such as marginalization, at-risk people, exclusion, and so on and so forth, poverty, unemployment. So, sir, the question again, how do we inculcate our expertise in the security system on a more formidable footing, as well as having aspects of this, our expertise in governance structures, such that government changes our own thinking into having a more holistic view than that approach that goes more kinetic? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, so you just answer both together.
Okay.
Mr. Shadrach, sorry, is it Royal Lioness, Abi? Is Royal Lioness, Shadrach Jaja? Go ahead, sir. We're happy you're asking this question as a community leader. You can go ahead, sir. Is Royal Lioness Jaja, Shadrach Jaja? Can you go ahead and ask your question, sir? Shadrach Jaja, are you online? And he raised his hand. Oh, okay. Prof, you can go ahead. You can answer, sir. Okay, he wants to speak now. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Shadrach. Oh, he's offline. Okay, Prof,
sorry,
you can ask.
Please, I have a question before Prof, sir.
Okay, please go ahead. Ask the question. 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for such a beautiful presentation. The question I wanted to ask is, as regards the issue of trust and believability, when you're talking about the issue of who sent you to carry out such a program in a community, peradventure you were not sent by the government or any agency, and then you consider and find that the community had been in that kind of a turmoil that you think you can offer your services. How do you take advantage of it to offer your services? Must you be sent, or can you take advantage of seeing that you can offer services in a community? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. You see, security management is generally broken into two parts. There is the kinetic aspect, and there is the non-kinetic aspect. The kinetic aspect has to do with the use of force, and the non-kinetic aspect has to do with the use of non-coercive means. Scholars have argued that security management is largely 40% kinetic and 60% non-kinetic. And when you are looking at the non-kinetic aspect, you are looking at quality of governance. You are looking at the state of the economy. And under governance, you are looking at issues of exclusion, issue of inclusion, issue of good governance. You are looking at broad issue of the extent to which the state is attending to the what was presented as Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You are looking at them. If the state is there for you, you may not generate problems. You generate more problems when the state is not there for you. You generate more problems when your means of economic survival is blocked. This morning, I woke up listening to a video, a YouTube of a man who went to Kirikiri prison and is out of Kirikiri prison. And he was talking about himself. You know, you work very hard to build your business, but the environment, the Nigerian environment destroyed your business. The political system takes away opportunities from you. And then you become very frustrated. You see yourself as a person that has fallen. And therefore, you are not too worried about other people falling. So what we're trying to say is that 60% of the work in security management should be done in our political sector, should be done in the economic sector. When these are not done, problems are generated for the security sector. Unfortunately, those who created these political and economic problems are the ones quick to blame the security sector for the problems of the society. And I think that is why I argued just 3 days ago in Malindi that our level of security education in Africa is very low. And we cannot keep Africa safe by abusing our security people. You will abuse them, yes, they will take your insult, you retire them, you get them out of office, they will leave your job for you. But the question is, does that actually solve the problem? You know, does that solve the problem? Look at the number of unemployed people across the African continent. Look at the natural resources that God has given us. As we're driving from Malindi to Mombasa yesterday, I saw how rich Kenyans should be. But the question is, they are not rich because we don't have good attention to the political and economic sector of the society. So what we are trying to say is that the governance issues are very prominent. When you go to the Western world, many of the communities are peaceful because due attention has been given to the economic and political sector. When I was in Beijing, China, I noticed that there are some people that go around the communities studying children and studying young people. If you are playing with sand as a child, they will look at the ingenuity coming out of your play. And then they will commission people to begin to see how the little that the child is doing could be upgraded. Because you see, some people come up, they came to life with raw talent. But in many of our African society, people with talent are never recognized, they're never rewarded, and therefore they die with their knowledge. So the summary of what I'm saying is that we need to give more attention to the political and economic aspect. The military alone cannot do it. The police alone cannot do it. Look at Scandinavian countries now. They are shutting down their prisons because they no longer have people, criminals they can be brought to prisons. Many of the prisons in Denmark have been shut down. I went to a country where I lodged in an hotel that was said to be formerly a prison. They reconstructed the prison to become hotel because they could no longer have prisoners there. So they turned the rooms into luxury hotels, and that's where people come from different parts of the world now to visit. Now, the second question has to do with the question, who sent you? Now, who sent you will be a question that will come out of three factors. When you are engaged in any project, you are expected to have very strong institutional credibility. The institution you are working for, your NGO, must not be the one that is used for stealing money. It must be an NGO that is not a one-man NGO. It must not be a pocket NGO. You must have the credibility. Credibility in the sense that the organization is recognized to government. It has a credible office. You may not even have staff members, but you have structures that people will see and know that you're a serious-minded person. And then you, who is trying to give a new dress to another person, must be properly dressed. If you come to me as leader of an organization that is trying to change my community, I'll first look at you physically. I'm sorry to say, please forgive me if there is anybody on this platform who is using a ring. You come to me, you say you want to change my community, you are wearing a ring and you are totally dressed. I'll look at you. One, you do not have personal credibility, and therefore the institution you are representing may probably not be credible. So what I'm trying to say is, we working towards changing others must have personal credibility, and your personal credibility will rub on your institutional credibility. And then the third one, you must have legal credibility. You must be a person that, if questioned, will come out with documents showing that you are known to the government, you are known to the community. You may not be a fully registered organization that has a CAC license or what, but your community must be able to give you something that looks like unofficial certificate. They know you in the community, that you have the capacity to do this, and you did some in the past. For example, I've listened to people on big jobs, conflict management jobs across the continent. And some of them would tell me, the continent recognizes me because I trained at social place. And I know that those of you who are attending SPSP conference today, you are actually building your institutional and personal credibility. For example, if one person is handling a project to the left and you are handling yours to the right, same project, and you're able to say you have a certificate from SPSP, of course, people will respect you better than a person who is not having any certification. We organize a capacity building training for our students in the University of Ibadan, a 1-week capacity building training. And the GOC of 2DIF sent 3 officers, colonels. One of them resigned from the military. And then he went to Shell for interview. I think they were trying to recruit a security manager. And he told us that they interviewed many people and he got the job. And he said, Albert, do you know how I got the job? That all the certificates I presented were not respected as the certificate you gave us at the end of this 1 week training. That the white man in the training said, this is the certificate I want. Somebody who understands conflict management, who has been introduced to these modules, this is the kind of person we want. It is not somebody who got trained in Harvard or nothing, or who got trained in Yale or nothing. What we are looking for is somebody who was trained, at this level and with these modules and by these resource persons. That was how I got the job. And he told me that the pay they gave him was 8 times what he was receiving in the army. So we should not underrate the little new knowledge we acquire. The little new knowledge you acquire adds to your personal credibility. Some of the things I'm saying here, you can also teach it to other people. And when you are teaching it, people will respect you better. That the knowledge you are sharing is not something you pick from the roadside. This is a specialized form of knowledge. So thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sir. Thank you so much for in fact, you've even explained to them the reason why even this training is very key is they are doing. And it's one of the, I found some of my students who created an NGO, the major thing about and started it. Initially, they won a grant. Now they are the one giving grants. But there's something you said that made me, that I want to just restate, and is that as much as possible, do not make your CBO or your CSO a one-man show. It gives a very wrong vibe. It's good to always have. Thank you so much for today. I know how busy you, I could see that you're about to start your session even right there in Kenya. I could see people trying to move around. We want to thank you. The president is having issues connecting. He said I should personally thank you. He appreciates you and he says he's sorry. Oh, he's already here. Mr. President, do you want to say 1 or 2 things to Prof before we let Prof go? Dr. Selebo is already online. Mr. President? He's been having issues with his network since. Okay. All right. Thank you, Prof. Sir. I think.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for inviting me to speak, Dr. Larry. I have been here for, throughout Professor Albert's presentation, and once again, I enjoyed as richly as I always do when I listen to him. I'm avoiding to put on the video, but I want to express sincere gratitude for creating time despite his very tight schedules to set aside what he was doing to join us to do this presentation. Prof, we're very grateful to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Best of luck. Thank you so much. Good morning, Prof. Thank you. Good morning. How are you, Dr. Selebo?
I want to appreciate Dr. Willie, who has accepted to step in.
Thank you, Professor
Those of you who do not know,
thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Dr. Willie is our predecessor. I'm very grateful to him.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone. Normally, what I should do now is to call, I want to hand over to Elijah Kudu, who is the moderator for the day. But I think, I don't know, I think his network is also having challenges. But his assistant, the second moderator will give the citation of the next speaker. But before I do, I want to just recognize once again some people that are with us. We have His Royal Highness, the traditional ruler of Igara, Otaru Sunday. His Royal Highness, the traditional ruler in, I think is in River State, Shedrack Jaja. We have His Royal Highness, I can't remember the state now, Adewumi Adeniyi Odutola is also a Royal Highness. There are 4 Royal Highnesses, but those are the 3 that I have here currently. I will recognize them as it goes on. In the same vein, I want to recognize the presence of a retired Major General who is currently with us. In fact, yesterday, Mr. President, please take notes. He's here again with us. We need to really appreciate this at the end. He's retired but not tired. Yesterday was with us throughout. Today he's here again. Major General Umar Ibrahim Muhammad. We also have with us.
Yes, so please.
Yes. We also have with us the commandant of Civil Defense in Kwara State, Commandant Umar. And we have some DCPs. We have DCP Dauda, Ilya, Ayuba, and some DCPs. I think we have a CP with us. We have about 3 ACPs. We have captains of industries, owners of, we have a lot of people here, owners of petrol stations, owners of NGOs, CSOs, workers in INGOs. Indeed, we are really happy and proud to have you here. So I'm handing over to Ms. Tosin Ojewale now. I'm not the moderator. I don't want to take their job from them. So I'm handing over to her to take over from me. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, welcome to today's training session. Okay, so we'll be moving to the next presentation right now. We have Dr. Willie Eselebo is going to take us through community engagement, what to monitor and evaluate, and the application of the monitoring and evaluation results to enhance community engagement outcomes. So I'm going to read the citation of Dr. Willie Eselebo right now. Dr. Willie Eselebo holds a doctoral degree in borders and migration from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He had an early career with the Nigerian Immigration Service from 1980 to 2012, serving in diverse schedules on border controls and migration governance. He also lectured at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, at the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies as a research fellow from 2012 to 2021. He attained extensive experience in consulting and training for UN, IOM, the EU, the AU, ECOWAS, COMESA, ICMPD, GIZ, and Rwanda Peace Academy on projects in Africa. He participated in the 2024 Head of Immigration meeting in the Gambia as a consultant to the Nigeria Immigration Service. He consulted for the AU on the Free Movement Protocol, FMP, held in Zanzibar, Tanzania, under EU. Willie drafted the curriculum and training manual on border management during health emergency for the COMESA region and participated in the AU Migration Policy Framework for Africa and Plan of Action 2018. He is an executive committee member of the African Borderland Research Network, former board member of the Association of Border Studies, and fellow/board member of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. He founded the Universal Research and Training Institute and currently partners with Lagos State University to establish the academic master and doctoral program on borders and migration. On this note, we'll call Dr. Willie Eselebo. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the president of the society and all participants present here today. I'm glad to be with you, and I must tell you that this is an opportunity for us to learn. I'm also learning from you because you are the real practitioners of the field. I'm being asked to do a presentation on monitoring and evaluation. And I can tell you that, yes, it is real that we must engage in what we know is going to make us achieve success in anything we do. M&E is becoming an issue, especially in Africa and Nigeria in particular. So I would like to let you know that it is very important that we engage in this practice of monitoring and evaluation, because we do projects every time, and what we hardly do is that we don't do what we call monitoring and evaluation in this context. I don't know, are you sharing the screen or I should share my screen? Hello?
You can share your screen, sir. I've enabled multiple sharing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, Emma, and, I must tell you that it's not an easy thing for us to look at in most cases, but you need to do it with experience as far as we are concerned. When you hear there are three keywords about progress, intervention, and the rest of them. But the most important one is monitoring, evaluation, community engagement. You see, monitoring and evaluation goes together. You cannot evaluate without monitoring, and you cannot engage. If you are engaging, of course, it must be in a setting, in an environment called community. And what we'll be looking again at is projects. What do we need to do? Well, we are all conflict managers. Once you engage in conflict and the conflict is over, what comes next is peace building. So this is why we are here today. So we'll be looking at what to monitor and evaluate. I need to let you know that monitoring is just like gathering statistics. And if a project has come on board, either from USAID or from ICMPD or from even, let's take, for example, I'm using Border Community in Nigeria because I'm currently doing a project with them. We want to monitor what works, what failed to work, why, and how. So it is not it is not an assessment per se, but it's not just like audits, but again, it's closer, midway. So funders want to know how their fund is being spent. We want to know the community you are working in, how is improvement taking place. So this is why M&E is very, very important to us. Again, if you form an NGO or civil society and you do not have a monitoring and evaluation framework in your proposal, I'm sure nobody is going to fund it. So it's very, very important that you take this presentation very seriously. So M&E is key. Most often we underrate it in Nigeria, and that is why most projects do fail. So the M&E plan includes participatory assessment and inclusive means of verifying what works, what fails to work, why, and how. So the training explores the peace building lens, which means you are going to be transforming society that have been dislocated, where there's disaster, trying to rebuild. So the aim is to explore what to monitor and evaluate in community engagement. So identify M&E approaches that focuses on peace building. We'll be going to look at how improvements and changes in place, that's in terms of attitude, behavior, and context. Remember, if you build a society, whether they are safe school projects and the rest of them, you also need
Dr. Eselebo, sir, are you still there? Oh, it seems his network is off. It's off. It's out of the meeting. We're very sorry. He's trying to connect back. Please give us some minutes. Let's give him some minutes.
All right, while Dr. Eselebo joins us back, just to still let us know that we have a platform on the Perspective platform. Please try and fill your forms. By 11 o'clock, I will send you an oath form, which is the one we use for the induction proper. I would also tell us what to do. We will be having a practicum. The practicum will be handled later today by Dr. Victor Adesina and Ms. Tosi. After the practical, you have a take-home assignment, which you will submit individually. It is okay. There will be grouply. She says a group assignment. So once you do that, we would arrange either for us to have.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Eselebo is back. Dr. Eselebo, can you hear us now, sir?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
We can't hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can hear me now? Okay.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So monitoring and evaluation is very, very important. And we must begin to look at it from what benefits our society in this regard. Again, I'm saying it because most often we do not take it very seriously. In Nigeria, a lot of projects go on and nobody goes back to see how it works, what failed and what works. I'm sorry, I'm trying to share my screen with you. So when we judgmental, we are trying as possible, as much as it is, to know that, yes, we need to work with other communities who are involved in this project. Again, we'll be looking at how, in most cases, successes are made and what is very, very important in terms of why projects are not working, especially in Nigeria. Most projects are designed to achieve specific objectives, and those objectives are clearly stated at every point in time. And once you have them clearly stated, sometimes there are up to about 3, 4 objectives that are stated, so you don't go back. So what we are trying to do is to teach you how to design an M&E framework for a project and how to monitor what goes on and what is not working. Again, I go further to our expectations. You understand the importance of M&E in project design. You are able to develop an M&E system for community engagement. And we go back to the practical. Actually, if it's to be face-to-face presentation, we will engage in sections where we have to design projects, how it works, and how it's going to impact on you. So the key concepts you'll be looking at here are monitoring, evaluation, KPIs, key performance index, which is very, very important, projects, community engagements. So we should be looking at why are we even engaging in most of these activities. And sometimes people really don't know, but every project has a logical framework. What do you want to achieve? And that logical framework is built on a theory of change, that if we do this, for example, if we build more schools in the Northeast, we'll be changing the narratives. That is, people will now have access to education. What is the importance of education? Education will change the attitude, behavior, and context of what is currently ongoing in the Northeast. What was the issue in the Northeast? We go back to the issue of Boko Haram, that Western education is forbidden. Then how can we change this narrative? So you can look at all those things. They are not too complex, but you get to understand them by the time you engage in practice. So monitoring is what we look at in this context, and I keep telling everybody is a continuous and systematic collection of data on specific indicators. You know, you want to see these indicators. So for every project you want to engage in, you must, at a point in time, look at it. Is it working? So take, for example, in the Northeast, there was no access to education after the dislocation caused by insurgency. Now we'll collect baseline. How many schools were in operation in 2015? How many are there now? What is the strength? What is the level of delivery? How many teachers are there? So these are data you'll be collecting. Mind you, without monitoring that collection of data, it's not possible to carry out an evaluation. If you are going to do that, then of course it's going to be in form of what we call incremental this is. So indicators that help organizations define and measure progress are what we call key performance index. Now, if you go again, you find that when you want to do evaluation, I want us to focus more on these two types here, though there are others like process, impact, outcome, and benefit, and others. So, but here we are looking at summative and formative. The formative relates to ongoing activity. The summative will look at the impact after the visit has been completed. So we go further to it and look at the key performance index indicators that help organizations. And if not, at any point in time, we can not know if we don't have the key performance indicators are attached to specific activities that you design. Let's say, for example, there's an objective one. Objective one wants to know how many teachers have been employed, how many teachers have been deployed to classroom to teach in the safe school projects, and if teachers have been appropriately deployed. Again, the funders want to know what is the cost benefit. And the cost involves inputs like resources, money, expended, salaries, and the rest of them. Then we'll be looking at, okay, fine. Since everything has been deployed, what is the benefit? Are there any improvements? Are the people going back to school to learn and do certain things that are supposed to be done? Again, like I told you, a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. For example, now, Safe School project cannot continue for life. It has a terminal date. Therefore, it's a plan and organized effort to achieve a specific goal. The specific goal is to return those who were out of school back to school. So we must take this into consideration. Much more, you will be looking at the community. The word is a broad term, define groups of people. There could be people with similar interests or citizens who are grouped together. A community may be a geographic, maybe in a geographic location or community of place, or it could be of interest. It could be, the interest could be based on identity, religion, and so, but here mostly using Border Community Development Agency. This is one agency that's actually involved in community development in Nigeria. It's enabled by the Act of 2003 and as amended by 2006. And it has a number of projects that are similar to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals 17. Those 17 goals revolve around health, infrastructure, school, that's education, poverty reduction, quite a number of them. So if we go further, you will also discover that engagement is the process of working collaboratively. So again, it involves partnership. In most cases, you find that you cannot engage in community development or engagement, and you do monitoring and evaluation, or projects are there without partnering with the local community. In most cases, if you do that, then the issue of conflict sensitivity comes in and do no harm becomes an issue there. Most often, people do it, but on the long run, it doesn't pay. Again, we need to know that there is no management without monitoring. When you do projects, you must first of all start with the baseline. Where were we at that time? What improvements do we want to achieve over time? In the next 3 months, 6 months, short term, medium term, long term. So it's only then you can actually track progress of your project. Now, moreover, you find that even in gathering statistical data, it could be internal data collection, but that's also you have to make it available for anybody who is going to evaluate. Evaluation can be internal and it could also be external. But what we'll be doing is that we're measuring, we're assessing whether there's any improvements. So there's also a monitoring cycle. There's also an evaluation cycle that you need to deal with in your issues. So assessing whether a project is achieving its intended objectives is conducted periodically. It could be external, internal or external. It focuses on outcome and impacts. Please, these keywords, outcome and impacts, are very, very important. We'll be looking at what changes are taking place, where, how, and what is the value for money. Funders have devoted money. Sometimes you look at AIDS or sickle cell anemia, or you look at what do you call it, diarrhea or any form of disease. They want to know how many people are benefiting from such projects and whether there's an improvement in the community. And again, some of the key terms we almost look at, the goals and the impacts, that's outcomes that you must evaluate, long-term, widespread, beyond the life of the project. And when it comes to that goals and impact, in any project, you must build in what you call a sustainability framework. Because it's not when the project has terminated, maybe in 18 months or 2 years or 3 years, then the community does not take ownership. If the community does not take ownership, which means your project has not succeeded. So objective change, effects of intermediate results on target or beneficiary by the end of the project. Intermediates, the benefits, effects of outputs on target or beneficiary. Outputs are deliverables, that's the product services produced. For example, the product services produced in a sales school project are teaching skills, availability of teachers, willingness of teachers to work in such an environment, and to connect with the school in terms of their pupils, enrollment, and whatever. So activities are services, tasks needed to reach outputs, resources, financial, human, and capital. So these are the processes in the whole place that we're looking at. Much more importantly, too, I still expatiate on the goals, objectives, results, outputs, and activities. And we can find that intermediate results are the benefits. So you must measure it right from time, or effects of outputs on your target or beneficiaries. For example, if we have a safe school project and it's not benefiting the community, then the project is doing more harm at a point in time. So just like the M&E cycle, the project life cycle, M&E life cycle works with the project cycle. It starts from the initiation stage and planning phase, and then you begin to gather data, establish timelines and what you want to do and how you want to go about it. Mind you, there's no hard and fixed rule, but there's a procedure that you must follow. Now, if you see the evaluation, M&E life cycle, it goes along with the project life cycle. So you have the phase one and the project design, you identify the problem, you develop the log frame. I'm not going too deep into logical framework here. And the logical framework are based on assumptions that if we do this, there will be changes. And if we don't do this, what is going to be the likely effect on the project? So you develop an M&E plan, then the project startup, you conduct baseline studies, establish targets, establish M&E system, then phase that project management comes in, you analyze data and produce reports and manage activities. Final phase is project evaluation. You collect the data collected or what you collected from monitoring. You have to analyze them. And once you analyze them, I need to let you that analyzing data is strictly based on evidence, because what you have collected from the field is evidence-based. And it could be quantitative, it could be qualitative. But in most cases, using simple statistical tools, the quantitative methodology is preferred because it measures either increases or decreases. And it's on that basis that you can produce a report that is consistent with lessons learned, what was invested in the project, and what was the impact or the outcome and rest of them, and how the community has benefited from it. You see, the project circle and M&E circle work hand in hand, and therefore you must begin to know that. And you can look at the flow chart of M&E. It starts from the inputs, then the activities, output, outcome, and goals. So you have the result-based system. So what you want to achieve in community engagement is results. The people do not want to know. If you are not achieving results, of course, there's no reason for you to be there. And the tools are baseline, situation report before the project, demonstrate change. Those ones will demonstrate change over time, benchmark what you hope to achieve by the end, targets, intermediate results. The benchmarks should be realistic, and you set out immediately once you start a project what you want to achieve. M&E is based on 5 major parameters. It could be up to 6, depending on whether it is DAC or any other OECD framework you're using. But in M&E, we focus more especially on these 5 parameters like relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, sustainability. The other issues that has to do with connectedness and analysis. But I think you can just work with this 5 simple one now for the meantime. And they are very, very important for you as a project staff. So M&E is dynamic and interactive process that contributes to the success and effectiveness of project. It tracks resources, feedback on progress, and improve project effectiveness, inform decision. It is based on what that report that is the report you're going to be writing is evidence-based, and therefore it informs decision whether to continue or not to continue, or even whether to replicate that same project in another community that is affected by the same problem. It promotes accountability because it also shows how resources are deployed. It demonstrates also the timely intervention, and most importantly, it identifies lessons learned. Because when you go to the field, sometimes you go with an assumption that all is well. I heard Prof saying just now that your dress code when you go to a particular project site or community matters because in most cases, if you are going to some peculiar communities where dress code is an issue, you need to be very, very careful. So you need to look at so many things like conduct, your conduct, which is likely to impact on your project. And of course, there are issues connected, risk and mitigating measures that you must assess or undertake at that point in time. You are expected to be fair, impartial once you are engaging in such activity because, in most cases, community M&E is a new phase because although it's been there since, it's been subsumed in the main M&E framework, but it's now gaining ground because it's a process which communities, you assess what public services are coming to a particular community. Take, for example, like I did explain to you, the border communities in Nigeria, they are they are up to about more than 3,000, but they are far and remote from the center, and therefore there's no light, there's no water, there's no hospital, there's no educational center, and you find that development hardly comes to such communities. But again, most projects undertaken there are done by government, but they also have NGOs, we call them CBOs, community-based organizations that are also involved in a lot of work in those communities. Well, if we focus now as the Border Community Development Agency has ability. They've been doing quite a lot of work in this regard, but I also want to admit that the funding available to them is totally inadequate because the community are very, very vulnerable. So CME is more of an approach rather than a specific technique for involving citizens in gathering evidence of government performance. It may include specific activities such as budget tracking or community scoreboards. What improvements? If you go to most border communities, they have been involved essentially in developing boreholes, community halls, bridges that are broken, energy, health centers, building of primary and secondary schools to make sure that there's an improvement in such communities. We cannot do all we want to deal with in 1 hour at this time, but again, you find that evaluating government contracts with the private sector and tracking the implementation of any public policy projects is very, very important. It's not gaining ground now in terms of accountability, transparency, accountability, and what the people need. Before you actually embark on community engagement, it will be wrong, especially for us, if you do not carry out a need assessment. A need assessment is very, very important. And once you carry out a need assessment, what does the community need? They can give you quite a very lengthy list, but you have to, as an expert, prioritize those ones in order of ranking. The first one might be the very strategic and important one that has to do with livelihood, poverty reduction. You also have projects on youth budget and quite a number of issues. So in that circumstance, how is it done? Build trust with the community. And I heard Professor Albert saying the other time that you must build trust in the community where you want to do your project. It is very, very important. The moment they don't trust you, forget, that is the beginning of the project. And I also heard the military say sometimes that you have to win the hearts and minds of the people. But use problem tree and focus group discussions in this place, in this first instance, in building trust with community and identifying. Yes. Step 2, identify the stakeholders and potential allies. Please, when you identify allies, go a step deeper by identifying spoilers in the community because you're going to be dealing with them. And you must use stakeholders analysis in this regard. Step 3, define the monitoring objectives. I need to let you know that there's a general aim for any project. Under that aim, you have 3, 4, 5. Please do not let the objectives be too many. If there are too many, you write a very lengthy report, and at the end of the day, you're going to lose the focus of what you are going to monitor. Now, for every objective, you have activities lined up, and every activity in a project has a timeline, and what you are going to achieve is clearly defined. So step 4, choose indicators and establish a baseline. What indicators are we going to measure the inputs, outputs, and outcome and impact, whether it is working or it's not working? And how do we go? First of all, we must start from using the evidence to establish the unit of analysis. That is what it is before now. I take, for example, when I did some training about 2 weeks ago, we looked at the issue of waterborne disease in Bere community in Oyo State. And I said, look, you look at the number of infants that are dying before that project, before you decide to sink a borehole. Of course, if you sink a borehole, you need something to take away the water from. You need a pumping machine and you need an overhead tank. Even if you have all those things in place, you also need energy, which means you install solar to power the pumping machine. Where the potable water gets in there, you must also put in place a mechanism to make sure that people have access to the water. But again, even if you have completed that project, and if you do not hand it over to the community in terms of ownership, then sustainability will be lacking, because with time, either somebody comes to steal away the pumping machine and nothing is done. So step 5, you gather evidence. Tools, use quantitative or qualitative. In most cases, you can use qualitative, but qualitative is mostly tethered to focus group discussion. It's lengthy, and you have to start doing content analysis. But if you are using quantitative tools, then it's better for you. 6, it is based on the results you get from those data collected that you can write a useful report on how the project has impacted on the community. And this must be done in a validation workshop involving community actors, stakeholders, and even the funders and change agents that are working in that situation. So again, we use this, for example, monitoring of justice using the education sector in community engagement. We want to look at the inputs. What we want to look at, the inputs the government is putting in, like money to pay teachers, monitor whether teachers regularly receive their full salary, the output produced as a result of the inputs, the number of children attending school, establish whether more children are going to school in the Northeast or not, the outcome, changes or improvements resulting from the outputs, increases in children's literacy, monitor whether there have been improvement in children's level of learning or attitude towards education there. The impacts or ultimate change in people's life as a result of the above. Young people getting jobs or going to further education. Track the number of children or persons who are gaining admission to universities through JAM framework and whatever you need to look at. Again, I need to tell you that community monitoring and evaluation helps ensure people get things that they have promised, that they were promised by government, like, for example, safe school projects. Community monitoring engagement can be socially transformative when marginalized people benefit from such issues. And in general, it builds the capacity of civil society at different levels, such as community-based organizations and NGOs. So we can go on and on and on. And the benefit is that we just have to lash on to M&E if there are projects. Where there are no projects, of course, there will be no monitoring and evaluation. And where there's no monitoring, there will be no evaluation. A project monitoring evaluation system requires a context. This means defining features of the system, such as its scope and purpose or key principle that will govern its operation. And in essence, you can find that we hardly do it. This is BCDA. For example, you find that BCDAs empower, they define cross-border community, refers to the strip of land or maritime area that straddles or lies along the corridor for an international boundary, delimited and recognized in law as constituting a state's territorial frontier limit. Budget details are available, what has been done here, but you can find some of these development issues. Sometimes we find some of these projects, I must be frank with you, there are issues with politicization of these projects. Take, for example, most people want these projects to be built in their community, so certainly it does not get to the target community. And in some cases where there's a different political states in operation, you find that they can build a health center for you, and the state government does not want to take control of that health center. They'll ask you who is going to provide drugs, who is going to provide nurses, who is going to provide doctors. And so eventually the project becomes moribund and it's not doing so. So that is the politicization of this project. But whereas it was meant to do good. So BCDA projects have spread more than, I can tell you, almost 3,000 to 5,000. They revolve around education, health, infrastructure, security, youth budget, community peace building, energy, agriculture, women empowerment, but most importantly, security issues like smuggling, trafficking in humans and drug, banditry, cattle rustling, that's left unaddressed. And then we do hope that with time, more of these community-based agencies will be focusing on those things. Well, I also look at, give you a matrix of the M&E framework and impulse and resources. Apples, a group of organizations has improved, whether the outcome, the impact, you'll be looking at them from time to time. M&E is a very simple issue that you have to go into. And I must let you know that it's one of the life skills that you must learn if you want to engage in peace building or you want to set up a civil society or NGO. If you learn it, and I don't think even in retirement will continue to be relevant because it's an employer, you work from home, and when you have to engage in field, it's one of the highest revenue earning activity that you can think of. Right now in Nigeria, we have very few M&E experts. I don't think there are go up to 50 in the country. That's why you find that in most cases, most of our resource persons are taken from India, some of the EU countries. So it's something you need to learn. Very few organizations are doing training in this regard in this country. And I did mine in the UK, in Birmingham, but it's expensive to do, but I do not think you will lose anything by doing project management, monitoring, and evaluation. It's going to help you a lot in looking at projects and what needs to be done. It's going to be another milestone in your life. I want to thank you. I'm open to question and answers. Thank you for your patience and for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Please let's all give Dr. Willie Eselebo a round of applause for the wonderful presentation on projects monitoring and evaluation at the community. Thank you, sir. Please, if anyone has a question, please signify. You have a question. If you have any question, you can signify or unmute yourself and ask your question. Okay. Oyekunle Adetoba, please ask your question.
All right, good morning. It was actually a very beautiful presentation. My question is, what do we do to communities that are only interested in what they can term like life? Okay.
Mr. Adetoba, are you still there?
My question is, due to communities that whose indigenes are interested in just obtaining money. For instance, they lack power, you want to install a transformer for them, and they are begging you on there, or they want to obtain money from you. Do you just close your eyes from such a community, or you just have to still placate them to ensure that their life get better?
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. For M&E, or for any projects like that, you want to install transformer for them. Yes, I want to let you know that in your proposal or in your concept note, there would have been risk and mitigating measures. It comes on stream. Most people don't know what's benefit that will accrue to them on the long run. And this is why we are saying that you must do a stakeholders analysis, engage with allies in the society or in the community, and also take into context, look for arrowheads among the spoilers, work with them. Because your objective will be defeated if they can block you from installing the transformer in the community. If you do not do an objective assessment on who are the most important stakeholders that you have to work with. Sometimes it can be the youth leader. You have to work with the youth leader and bring him on board. Tell him the essence of why you are doing that project and what benefit it's going to be for the community. Where we have very limited zero tolerance for bribing projects like that. It cannot be captured as part of your expenditure or your budget. Are you clear with that?
Hello. I have a question.
Are you clear with that?
Are you clear with that? Are you clear with that? Thank you very much, Dr. Willie. Please, if you have any other question, you can drop it on the chat box.
There's somebody raise a hand.
I have a question.
Yeah.
We take one more question. And then if you have other questions, please drop it in the chat box.
See, my hand is up. I need you to recognize me, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Very wonderful presentation. My question borders on data integrity and objectivity. I work with Search for Common Ground. I've been in the NGO space for quite a number of years, almost a decade now. And in previous organizations who I've worked with, I have seen people make a mess with data. The monitoring and evaluation angle is actually doctored to make projects look beautiful. What is the effect of this on our system? And then there's a full conversation about data integrity in Nigeria, then data integration, talking about connecting driver's license to NIN, to phone numbers, to international passports, to hospital records and all of that. Why is it so difficult for us to achieve this? And then what is the way in which we can fight the lack of, the poor quality of our data, even in programming? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I've also worked with Search for Common Ground, though I didn't state it. So I understand your problem. Most of the issue that has to do with data integrity comes from the agencies themselves. Even, for example, now, when we worked in the Northeast trying to assess what the international NGOs were doing, we found it difficult to gather data. Now, I will tell you that gathering data is contextual. It depends on the capacity of the M&E specialist. Remember, the M&E, the evaluator is not totally involved in monitoring. It is the information you give to the evaluator through monitoring. And we told you that the monitoring could be internal. It talks about the project, how it's going, how it's moving up. So if you do not have daily records of statistics of improvement, of course, it becomes a difficult project for the M&E specialists to work with. Now, I agree with you. Access and data integration is a problem in Nigeria. I've done projects of this, biometrics, interoperability of all national data, driver's license, passport, BVN, and the rest of them. But whose fault is it? Do you have a data controller in most of these agencies? No. You must adhere to Nigerian Data Protection, is it department? I don't know what the commission now. There's what they call data privacy and protection. You cannot have access to some of this data if you do not have, I mean, if you are going to put them in the public domain. Remember, they are private and they must be protected. So we are getting there. When Donald Trump came initially, it was a major problem why they had to impose some sanctions on Nigeria. Because even if you look at the primary documents, the documents that are the foundational documents which I also challenge you. It is not something for the government alone. If you pick up the birth certificate of your children, sometimes you have some E are missing, some A are missing in terms of spelling. Some are not even registered. Some are born outside the civil registration structure. Some are born in churches, some are born in mosques, some are born in traditional societies that don't have access to all this. Even I'm sorry to tell you, most of our aged leaders don't even know the date of birth. So how do you manage such things? So these are problems that have been fundamental. But take, for example, in our work, we discovered that even Senegal and Gambia have very, very robust and verifiable birth records and death records, including marriage records dating back as 17th century. In Nigeria, there's high level of falsification of data. Birth records. You imagine the number of people who do not want to retire from public service and go back to change their age. So if you don't have these, then it becomes a problem. But for development, we are looking at baseline data. Take, for example, we want to know the number of children that are dying before we sank a borehole. We want to know whether there's improvement in infant mortality rates. For example, in the Northeast now is quite okay. We want to know the number of schools that were in existence or were in operation as of 2025. We want to know how many schools have been built, how many children are now enrolled in school. I think these are simple statistical data we'll take. So most agencies working in the Northeast, in most cases, do not have qualified personnel. And therefore, when that comes up, then of course you're going to get just what you garbage in that you still get your products. But if you employ a very consistent and professional M&E expert, he will never compromise his position because there's an ethics of practice which cannot be compromised. M&E specialists are highly paid. I think they are paid 10% of the project, and therefore you cannot compromise them. They are well remunerated, therefore they are not going to cook up reports for you. But if you hire persons who are not qualified, like I told you, there are very few M&E specialists in this country to hire, so you don't really get them. And you cannot hire most of them from abroad because they charge in euro and dollars. So it's a big problem. So if you get the local ones, they cook up data for you, and you get a bad result. So you don't learn any lesson from the project, and at the end of the day, you get poor reports. But even if these reports are being validated in a workshop, you also have the right to challenge the authenticity of such data. The community will be involved because you'll be telling them the improvements so they can dispute you. That's why we have the validation workshop where the stakeholders are gathered and reports are presented for analysis. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the elaboration. Yeah, I'll call on Dr. Kudu Mohammed Abubakar to take charge of the moderation now. Dr. Kudu, please. Dr. Kudu, please. Okay. It's time for us to have
Okay, so just before we go for a break, I just wanted to recognize, I keep doing that. You have to pardon me. I want to recognize some people here once again. Those that I see. I'm seeing the state chairman of Kwara State here, Dr. Tajuddin Ishola, the chairman of Adamawa State, Owola Babajide. I'm also seeing the chairman of Lagos State, Mr. Richard. Okay, Lajipudu is back here. I also want to recognize the presence of our chief legal advisor, the erstwhile president of Institute for Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, Barrister Elachi SAN. Yes, we thank you, sir. All right. Then, okay, Dr. Kudu, I want to hand over to you. I'm handing it over back to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Permit me to say hello to Professor John Chua Swa. John, good afternoon, sir. Good morning.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, I forgot to mention. We also have our managing editor, Dr. John Tosua. He's also available online for us. He said one or two things yesterday. My financial secretary, Madam Grace Olaino, she's also here. My treasurer, I've also seen him here, Mr. Chooks. Yes, I can see the River State chairman also, Dr. Ibi Etoye. He's been very active so far. Yes, Mr. Chukwu is here also. All right, I'm handing over back to.
Okay, it's time for recess now. We have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes break. So we convene here by 11:03. We can go for the recess now.
Carry these books away from him.
Okay, I'm free to take a leave.
So you can thank you very much for the program. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you.
Oh, I forgot to also mention that Dr. Willie Eselebo is the immediate past president of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. A very busy man. Want to thank you for being online and giving us this wonderful lecture. People are asking questions, but I will send them to you if it occurs on the facilitators platform. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Somebody asked for the River State.
Regards to Sam Agada. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. So River State chairman is Dr. Benjamin Ibi Etoye. You see him. You can ask for once we add you to the platform, we'll give you the link of every state chairman. Bayelsa State chairman is Professor Priye. Yes, thank you. Please enjoy your break. Take a stroll, walk around, take water, take your breakfast if possible. Just relax. Dr. Kudu will be here to welcome the next speaker, after which we do practicum, and we'll call it a training. Thank you, everybody.
Maybe.
What time are we supposed to resume from break, sir?
Sorry.
I say, you know what I can do. So I collected my remain rights. That guy has to go and print that your PPE. I told him to, because yes, that woman there, despite that, you know me, but if you say, except time to submit something. I'm going for meeting now, so I will try for that one, but the money in my hand. I'm not just tell him, call him now that should I give you the money as the money is no, no pay for that one. Send me your account number, I'll call the POS. So when I finish meeting, I will just want the money to. I don't know. If I collect it, in the price you collect it. No, I think it's then now, you should just have to buy back.
Well, welcome back from the short break after a very engaging session. Welcome back from the short break after a very session of the second day of the special induction workshop for new members by the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. My name is Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. I'm also the National Publicity Secretary of the SPSP. The only paper now we have for presentation is that of our president and chairman of the National Working Committee of the SPSP, Mr. Nathaniel Hussein Awopina, fellow of the SPSP. He is going to talk to us on project management skills and community engagement. Project management skills and community engagement is the paper to be presented by the President, SPSP, Mr. Nathaniel Hussein Awopina, FSPSP. Without much ado, let me leave the floor to our President to start his paper. President, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kudu. I refer to Dr. Kudu as Big Brother. We all do, and for good reason. Thank you very much for the facilitation. And while I begin to speak, I want to also appreciate very heavily all participants that have stayed on from yesterday and for very actively participating in all the sessions. Once again, my appreciation to Dr. Willie Eselebo, I hope in absentia, for the paper he just concluded. So quite a lot of what I'm going to say is going to be connected to some of the things he said, as well as some of the things Professor Albert said earlier. But it's going to hopefully be quite a light session. I'd like to ask if Dr. Lanre can project from all, if he can be projected from the other end, please. If Dr. Lanre can confirm if he's going to project for me.
I will do that, sir. I will do that, sir.
Okay, you have it?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
okay. Thank you. So I just did a little modification. I was just checking the title as written, and I said, how are we going to put this to just bring out what is most essential about what I'm going to spend the next 30, 40 minutes to discuss with you. And I decided to just rephrase it That is why you will see is skills for engaging communities through effective project management. That is deliberate because I just want to just emphasize the skills. And so just move on to the next slide. So, I mean, generally, I say it pays to engage in community, to engage communities. The reason is so much of the failures that we have recorded are due to expert-oriented practices that tend to look at community members as people who know less. People who sometimes we even say people who don't know need to provide solutions. And when we look at only to learn from us, but from whom we should not learn, then we are going to underrate the importance of community engagement. On the contrary, what Professor Albert did and what every facilitator has done since we started this session is to highlight the importance of community engagement. And so I will just ride on this, just to say that one of the reasons we fail in all our engagements is when we underrate the importance of community engagement, or when we lack the skills for applying community engagement, or when we don't apply community engagement consistently, when we pick and choose when to apply it and when not to apply it. Because the moment you cease to engage communities while working with them, you are likely to lose track of changing dynamics in the community, and that's very important. The changing dynamics in the community you will lose track of them. And when you lose track of them, what was important yesterday may suddenly cease to be important to the community, but you may not have learned the lesson. And so you will continue in the direction you were going, and you will lose them, and your investment in the end may be considered valueless. And so that is the summary of this. However, we're situating our conversation around community engagement skills. And so we'll move on to introduction. I just started by saying that, you know, for project management, program management, portfolio management, for those of you whose expertise is in this area, you will agree that the very process of designing interventions and then going ahead to implement them, as well as all of those activities we carry out in order to monitor whether we have done what we plan to do and whether we've done it right in terms of time, in terms of level of effort, in terms of
So you are muted, sir.
Have I been muted for a long time? I didn't realize.
No. It's just about 10 seconds.
Okay, I didn't realize. Thank you. So, thank you. So I was saying that the process, all of the process of designing, implementing, monitoring, evaluating projects, whether they are projects, whether they are programs, whether they are portfolios, all of these offer us important opportunities for engaging community and, you know, for utilizing community engagement processes in order to achieve the outputs we set out to achieve and the outcomes we set out to realize, as well as the overall impact, you know, goal and impact of our interventions. Moving on. Whether a project succeeds, and this is a claim I'm putting forward, and you may assess and see if you think differently. The claim I'm putting forward is that when we carry out projects or programs and the outcomes differ from what we set out to achieve, as far as my experience teaches me, it is a failure in community engagement processes. And when you have achieved your outcomes and your outcomes are desirable, either they were the outcomes that were desired by the communities at the onset, or whether they are outcomes that eventually changed because the community started thinking differently at some point. When you succeed, it is because you engage the community successfully. And so much hangs around community engagement. And so it is important for us to understand how this works out for us. I'd like to move on to a concept, an important concept of white elephant project. So you may move on to the next slide. I don't know how many of you have heard of the concept. No, not that. You were correct. You were on the right. You were on the right slide. Yeah. I don't know how many of you have heard of white elephant projects. Of course, white elephant projects that are projects that you design and implement, but at the end of it, nobody uses. Yesterday, I don't know whether it was Dr. Faleti that talks about projects. He visited a community and saw projects implemented, water projects implemented, but the community members were not using the water projects. They preferred to go to the stream. And this is a situation that has replicated itself across Nigeria. And so Nigeria is filled with white elephant projects. There was a time I was doing an assessment of federal government projects. It was part of a federal, the National Assembly, assessment, and I was asked to review projects implemented for a certain year in Benue State, all of the 23 LGAs of Benue State. And I visited and saw projects that perhaps maybe as soon as they were completed, they were abandoned or nobody ever used. They were building projects that were somewhere in the bush, somewhere in forests, buildings that were very important, but not put to use. There were projects that for whatever reason would not succeed. And today we talk about the farmer header issue. For those of you who are familiar with the Land Use Act and how some of our lands were allocated for grazing and so on, you know that some of the lands allocated were not fertile. So the question is, how could the cattle have benefited from good pasture? Is part of the reason why all of this failed in northern Nigeria. I'm getting a vibration. Could you confirm, Dr. Lanre or Dr. Kudu, if there's vibration at your end, please?
No, actually, some people did not mute themselves, so I think that's what you're hearing. Some of us on the platform did not mute ourselves. Please let us all mute ourselves so that we can listen to our president. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kudu. I appreciate you. So the Association of Practicing Professional Project Managers of Nigeria considers Nigeria to have the highest number of projects that are referred to as failed projects. I understand there are more than 13,000 projects they have identified that are classified as failed projects. And this translates to trillions and trillions of naira. And so you can imagine if projects worth trillions and trillions of naira would be considered failed. Obviously, because the projects don't meet the expectation of the community they're designed. Let's, just for the purpose of clarification, look at the concept of a project. So, the experts refer to a project as a temporary endeavor. It differs from programs. An organization could have a program from the start of the organization's establishment, and the program could continue right through the full life of an organization. But when it is a project rather, it begins at a certain point and ends at a certain point, and sometimes runs concurrently with many other projects. And so a project is a temporary endeavor as defined by the Project Management Institute. A temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. You have other more complex definitions of a project, but the aim of a project is to create a product, a service, or a result. If it is a product, the product should meet the requirements of those for whom it is being produced. If it is a service, it should meet their expectations. And if it is a result, it should qualify to be considered desirable for all. And so that is what a project is. However, let's now move on and look at project management. The project management then is the practice of planning, organizing, executing a number of tasks that are needed to convert the very brilliant ideas we all have into tangible projects, services, tangible deliverables. And this is why from at the beginning I said, if we cannot get where we want to get, whether by way of generating the product we desired or the service or any outcomes, it is obviously because we didn't engage those for whom that product or that service or that outcome was intended. And the implementation of projects or project management as a whole requires 4 key areas, as we can see. It involves knowledge, it involves a set of skills, it involves use of we can also talk about approaches, we could talk about methodologies, we can talk about all of that. I'd like to just show a simple the system just went off. I can't trace. I think I've been using the system for, I've been using it since 6 a.m. So I didn't realize that I didn't connect it. So I'll just continue with the laptop. Dr. Kudu, could you please confirm if you can hear me?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you so much.
We can
all
hear
right,
you.
so thank you, I appreciate it. So this simple diagram we see is taken from the 10-step project management school of thought. We have the Project Management Institute. We have many different project management approaches by different schools of thought, but I chose to put this because it looks quite simple. It's simple to understand. Project management generally, according to 10-step, is classified as having 10 various steps. But looking at the diagram here, we see 5 things. And generally, a project takes basically this format. And so we talk of the initiation, the time when the project, that brilliant idea dropped in your head. And then you started jotting to try to come out with a beautiful concept for it. And then you do some consultation, you do your research, and then you come out with your project concept, and you're ready to go deeper into it. And then you go into the full planning process as they have shown, their process view. But the interesting relationship, and that's where I want to focus attention, is that when you are planning your project, I have seen over the years, I have seen people
who sit in their rooms, they design projects, they submit to donors, and sometimes they are lucky, the donors approve the projects. But when they go to the communities to implement, they find the reality to have changed. Now, of course, that's an important roadblock when you don't engage the communities when you're planning your projects. But there are also situations where people actually engage the communities, generate information from the communities, and then go out to look for resources. But by the time the money is approved and they get it, the situation has changed. Now, the 10-step process view here shows that you could have planned and you'll be ready for implementation, execution of your project. But you should have an opportunity to, at the time of executing, go back and review your plans to be sure they are still in sync with the community aspirations and the donor requirements and every stakeholder that is involved in the project. And as you're doing this, you're monitoring, you're controlling all that needs to be done, to be sure that the standards are right, the time schedules are right, the right set of people are engaged. So according to 10-step project management methodology, you're supposed to feel free to go back to plan and replan when the process of implementation requires that you should do so. And when the monitoring reports you're getting from the field suggest that there should be change until you close the project. And this is one of the reasons why this is very important is that at the stage when you are executing and going back to reconsider certain plans, it means you are engaging with the stakeholders that matter for you on the project. And so this recognizes the importance of consultations, ongoing consultations, reviews with stakeholders on an ongoing basis. This is what this simple diagram shows us. And it highlights the importance of stakeholder engagement, or I would generally say community engagement. Thank you. We'll move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Tosin, are you there? Please, next slide.
Yes, I'm there. I'm there, sir.
The next slide, please. My system went down, so I can't see it. So I'm depending entirely on you, please. Please let me confirm. Am I the only one still seeing the 10-step process?
No, we are seeing it. It just went off now.
Yeah, she's sharing it now. We had a problem with
us.
It's not off.
I see. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it's up now. It's back.
Yes.
It's back.
Yes. So next slide. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So I said that the opportunity the project management process flow shows presents by having those arrows tilt back and back emphasizes the importance of engaging with the stakeholders. And slide shows that there are a number of project management elements that require your community engagement skills. And I highlighted a few of them here, 6 of them. At the time of defining your project objectives, you need to engage with the communities you are planning the intervention for. Whatever it is, you need to engage with them. The temptation for those of us in the civil society, and a number of us are here, the temptation for those of us in the civil society is to sit in our offices, make references to our project reports and management meetings, resolutions of management meetings, or our personal research, and then carve a project goal, project objectives, project deliverables, And then we feel like that's a great project and we proceed to plan it and submit to donors without reaching out to the communities for whom that project is intended. When we do that, it's actually an act of arrogance, presumption when we do that, because we are presuming that the community needs what we are doing. But many of those projects end up as white elephant projects. Many of those projects don't change the situation in the communities. And many of you will agree with me that if we can be specific, there have been peace-building programs and projects implemented by NGOs in Nigeria since you can remember. Some NGOs can boast of having implemented more than 50 projects over a short period of time. In the communities where they work, you will see that violence levels have risen, fragmentation in the communities have increased, nothing has changed in the positive. And people don't seem to know why that is happening. But it's a simple reason. It's because the objectives they set for themselves don't address the needs in the community. Another opportunity for engaging community, your skills in community engagement is organizing tasks. When you go out into the communities to carry out activities and you have already worked out what you're going to do in the office, you go out there and everybody's, you come, we're doing this, we're doing this. And the community members, their own is simply to follow what you were doing. Then they are going to say it's your project. I don't know if you have had experience in communities where they will say it's a UNICEF project. This one will say is World Health Project. This ones will say is, whatever organization you can think of. They don't say it's our project. They refer to the organization implementing as the owner of the project. You should be disturbed anytime you're implementing a project and the community members refer to that project as your project. That's referring to the name of your organization as the owner of the project. It means there's no ownership. It means they have not seen that project as their own. The other one is in the way you define, implement, and document your outputs and outcomes. For those who use the logical framework analysis to develop their projects, you see there's a section in that tool that has outputs, and then it talks about verifiable indicators. Now, when you go to the communities to verify that certain activities were implemented or to verify that certain outcomes were achieved, if you do it alone without involving the community members, you may conclude that everything is going out right. But you have the advantage at the time of doing your validation to check with the community to see if the outputs they had agreed with you, and that is to say that you had agreed with them from the beginning. Have community members that are doing that, following that process with you. They should be able to say, yes, this output has been achieved. Even if your own project reports indicate that it was achieved, let the community members be in a position to agree that the outputs are actually there for them. Similarly with the outcomes, they should be the ones telling you that, yes, since this hospital was built, illnesses have reduced. My child used to go to school. I used to miss school at least 5 times a month. Now, since the past 2-3 months, my child has not. They should be the ones telling you that. It is good to look at the hospital records. That's very important. The hospital records will show that more and more people have come for medical attention and all of that. But the community members giving you that information is important. And so it's all part of that. Similarly with allocating resources, I'm going to be a bit particular about the allocation of resources here. I consulted on a project a few years ago. A project was funded by USAID. And The project was supposed to be protecting the rights of households, children and their households. The project provided inputs for households across a minimum of 5 states to engage in agricultural activities and a whole lot of things. The project, because it came from the US, it wanted to promote gender equality. I'll talk a little about contribution to gender equality, and then I'll talk a little about the outcomes on the agricultural intervention. The project thought the best way, and these are projects that are designed from there, and they brought to the communities for implementation. So the project thought that if monies were handed over to women, girls and women, then it would empower them and they would enjoy better decision-making in their families. And so in implementing this project, the project implementers didn't consult the community members to find out how they should proceed. They gave resources to women. Within a short time, they noticed that the women who received the resources were doing so well, but there were frequent reports of family feuds, conflicts at the family level. And the men started raising accusations about this project, that this project has come to turn women against them. And it got to a point that some of the women had to tell lies whenever they were going to participate in the project because they could not afford to say, I am going for this project meeting. They would frequently say they were going to church or were attending a community meeting. That project was supposed to empower those that had been disempowered. The project ended up creating conflicts at the family level. I'll talk about the agricultural contributions to agricultural improvement. The project thought that by giving inputs, agricultural inputs to the households would invest and, have rich harvests at the end. They didn't just give inputs, they also followed up to provide, technical support over a period of time. But that project was being implemented at the peak of the farmer header crisis. And so these households would plant, be it cassava, be it maize, be it whatever. And at the harvest season, the food was not harvested by men, but harvested by cows. Now, that was because the project did not engage the communities to ask what additional support is required if we are going to support you in this direction. They didn't ask what kind of collaboration can we get from government to make sure your farms are safe. They didn't ask if you foresee that there's going to be an unexpected problem, how do we intervene? So there were no community mechanisms prepared for the unexpected eventualities that were identified. Allocation of resources is what we're talking about. And this is not exhaustive, but it just highlights elements where conflict sensitivity becomes important. You are intervening in a project, you're engaging the communities, you must also be culturally sensitive. The first example talked about cultural sensitivity as well as conflict sensitivity. The cultural sensitivity element in it is that you're coming to empower women, but you didn't consult the husbands. And so your good intention is perceived as something intended to break the family, and it did in some cases. The element of conflict sensitivity. You came and empowered these people with inputs. They went and farmed, invested a lot of resources. At the end of it, cattle ate their proceeds. That project rather created room for more incidents of farmer header crisis in some rural locations where they had not been frequently recorded, because suddenly herdsmen noticed that if we went to certain locations, we could access more of these. And so community engagement offers opportunities for us to anticipate and prepare for some of these cases. Other instances in this regard would be monitoring progress and evaluating the outcomes. I'll take the two together. Dr. Willie talked about monitoring and evaluation, and so I will just briefly hint at why community engagement is important here. I talked a little about it when I talked about validating outputs and outcomes. But when you are monitoring your project and communities, all the stakeholders, and I must emphasize inclusion here, all the relevant stakeholders must be involved in these processes. When you leave out a stakeholder, you are missing important information. Your monitoring reports may indicate one thing, but the understanding of the communities will differ. Your evaluation outcomes will be perceived differently by you and perceived differently by the communities. You'll be celebrating that you did a great job. The communities will be sad that you brought pain to them. Next slide, please. So with all of this, we can then just say that community engagement, which of course, you know, Professor Albert discussed this earlier, and this is just by way of remembrance, that community engagement, which is where individuals and organizations actively get involved in, you know, processes involving discussions, decision-making activities, and all of that. This is what we're talking about. And what does it contribute to? It helps to build trust. It helps to build trust between the implementer and the community. It helps to foster a sense of collaboration with community members so that people are able to come up to you to share information and to offer ideas. And then it creates room for mutual benefits for both the organization implementing and the community that is benefiting from those outcomes. These are three key expected outcomes of community engagement, which is why it is considered so important. Whether you're looking at it strictly from the angle of peace and security, health, community well-being generally, and so on, it remains very important. Next slide, please. So how do we engage? In the context of project management, we have lots of opportunities to do this. Some of them we have discussed. So here I'm going to just, you know, sometimes an organization comes into a community. One of the first things you can do to get accepted by the community, to get recognized and valued by the community, is to work with the community to do resource mapping of the community, or what is sometimes just referred to as community mapping. You do this with them. What community mapping or resource mapping for you as an organization is that because you're working with the community stakeholders, you are able to see the community no longer through the eyes of you, the person coming from outside, but through the eyes of the community members. You're able to understand the value of certain things that look very ordinary. A particular marketplace may look like just a village market. But when the community members tell you the story of the village market, you may realize that that village market has some bit of sacredness around it. You may see a well by the side as just a well, and you may even say the well is unhealthy, but it may be the most important meeting point for women in the evening when they go to fetch water. For those of you that have engaged in communities, water locations and such other locations that you find women gather frequently every evening is not just a sport. It is an opportunity to achieve a whole lot that contributes towards keeping the community together and keeping families together. And so when you do community mapping, you're able to understand the assets in the community, you're able to understand their locations, you're able to understand their importance, and that process itself contributes to community mobilization for you. You're able to bring them together. And because you're building trust, you're building collaboration with them, the people accept you and are willing to work effectively with you. The other area is in assessment. When you carry out assessments in the course of your work, or you conduct evaluations, as much as possible, you should make them participatory. You make them participatory through various means. You have people engaging in interviews, focus group discussions, but you can also take it to the village square meetings, town hall meetings, and if it is urban communities, you can engage in online forums. It's becoming quite popular now, which is why we're able to have this meeting here too. But you engage the communities in a manner that everybody has a voice. And the more people can identify the outputs of what an organization does, identify their inputs in the outputs of an organization working in their communities, the more people value such an organization. Another opportunity to gain community acceptance and be able to create entry points for engaging with them is when you create internship opportunities for organizations working in the communities. Volunteerships and internships, where applicable. These can be very, very important. And sometimes as an organization going to implement projects in the community, you may consider the option of seeing the communities not just as beneficiaries, but as collaborators. You see, the more community members see themselves as beneficiaries, the less they value the outcomes, because it's your project. It's your project. It's not their own. The value they assign to it is less. But when you design your project to be collaborative, maybe you're working with the youth groups on this, the women groups on that, you're working with the traditional leadership on this, you're working with the business community on this. When you design your projects, the communities feel a sense of ownership. That quality of participation draws them to you much more than it would have been the case if you didn't do so. And another one is the researches that you conduct as part of your project. Either the researches you conduct as your projects or as part of your project, because many projects have research as part of the elements of the project. When you engage communities very effectively in data collection, in data analysis, in the validation of the reports that are generated, you are more likely to have your organization rated higher and accepted by the community. And they're not going to go out and contest your reports when you publish them. But when you don't engage them in validation activities, they are going to say, that was not our own. They are the ones that took that decision. So use of validation activities increases the acceptance level for such organizations as part of community engagement processes. Next slide, please. Okay, so just, I won't need to say much here, but just to highlight, community engagement skills will support you to achieve some of these. In some cases, you will get a much longer list. It's a much shorter list that I have put here. It helps you to build relationship with your community, the stakeholders in the community where you're engaging. It enhances the quality of the events and activities that you organize. It supports in resource mobilization. Because, I mean, like I believe most of us know, fundraising is not just about the money we raise, it's also about every other thing that contributes. Some people may contribute their spaces. When you have market space for your meeting, that market space is a fund. When you have people bringing out their seats for village meetings, it's all. Fundraising is about everything that supports the work you do. And so community engagement also increases the chances of more effective fundraising for your activities. It increases community acceptance. And of course, in terms of the project plans you have, the execution plans you have, the outputs that you generate, and even the recommendations that come from the evaluator, such as Dr. Willie mentioned during his presentation. Next slide, please. So by way of conclusion, I'd just like to reflect that while we may have focused when we had the presentations on community engagement, while we may have focused around peace and security, which is very important because that's where we are, that in reality, you can apply community engagement to be more successful in everything that you do, in the whole work you do as practitioners, as scholars, as policymakers. I would say one of the reasons we have experienced policy failures in our country and perhaps across Africa is because of the failure of community engagement. Policymakers tend to think that they know so much that they don't need to consult the communities, or they consult just a few in their circles and they think they have consulted everybody. NGOs, and I'm guilty when I say this, I'm as guilty as every other NGO. NGOs have grown more arrogant over the years because they tend to trust more in their the systems generated by experts. And so they tend to trust less in community members. I remember that some people, when they talk of community members, you know, the image in their mind when they talk of community members, and if you're an NGO person listening to me or a researcher that has frequently engaged communities, you may let me know if the image in the people you know, the image in the minds of the people you know differs from what I'm saying. Most people, when they say community people, they think they are people who know less or know little. They think they are people who cannot take decisions for themselves. And in some cases, the community members have everything you're looking for in any other part of the world. And so that assumption that community knows less than my organization is arrogance that needs to be cautioned by us on a daily basis. I'd say community engagement is valuable. We should utilize it all the time. I didn't mention this during the presentation, but some of you may be aware that there is a project management approach called organic project management. Why did that concept arise? I don't know who introduced it, but I know that the United States Institute of Peace uses that approach. Because the United States Institute of Peace has a program called Justice and Security Dialogue. It's implemented across the Sahel and in the Maghreb region. And these are locations that have experienced years of violence that has created fragmentation, distrust, and failures of government. And so when the United States Institute of Peace is funding a project, they are aware that the context is fragile and that there could be failure of peace and security. And so when they are funding your project, they know that anything can change at any time. And so they make provision for changes in the course of project implementation. Now, that is the difference between the logical framework analysis. If you ask the British Council, the DFIDs, now FCDO, the USAIDs, and those other ones, you apply for grant, they give it to you, they expect you to implement it as approved and return the results to them. The United States Institute of Peace does differently. They will give you the money to implement the activity, but they are open to changes in the landscape, changes in the context. They are open to hearing from you that, we plan to do this, but now we think we should do this through our community engagement practices. And so they have that approach, they call it the organic project management. And I think that organic project management supports the whole idea of strengthening community engagement. I thank you for listening, and I hope that the little time we spent discussing this adds value to your appreciation of community engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I was muted. I didn't realize that I'm muted again. Thank you. Over to you, Tosin.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Let's give Mr. President a round of applause for the beautiful presentation.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation.
Two people are already raising their hands. So, Baba Kura Buka and Gregory Wisdom. Those are the two questions we're going to take. So you have the floor, sir. Baba Kura Buka, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this wonderful presentation. And I want to start my comments by the last statement that you made of the attitude of some researchers and NGO workers of undermining or underrating the knowledge of the community people. I think it is always forgotten that you are going to them because you feel there's something they can tell you. So that has already confirmed that they actually know something. And secondly, I want to refer to an earlier statement you made about the issue of social and cultural issues, and in addition, structural and institutional challenges and power dynamics and conflict and communication and coordination. I want you to maybe briefly comment about how to overcome such challenges. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, if you can, the second part, what it is you want me to say more about, if you can say that again.
You mentioned the issue of, you mentioned the issue of social and cultural challenges in the presentation. Then in addition to that, I say there are also issues of structural and institutional challenges, sometimes power dynamics and conflict, and sometimes communication and coordination issues. These are key challenges to my understanding while engaging communities. So I want you to briefly educate us on how to overcome such challenges. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tosin, should I answer or should I wait for the second one?
Please wait for the second person. Please wait for the second person. Mr. Guri, very name, Wisdom. Please ask your question.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. Since yesterday, the lectures have been so interesting. You see, one lecture seems to dovetail into the other in a very sequential order. You've done so well, sir. Now, my question is this. Time was when communities were seen to be a sort of factory. That policy can be transferred from another environment to the other in the standard form or standardization, not minding the fact that communities have diverse groups, communities have diverse interests, communities have diverse stakeholders. And for instance, you as a facilitator that is coming into a community and you have the thinking or you are believing that community is more or less like a hangout expectation or expectancy from you as a facilitator. And like you said, we professionals, we think we have all the knowledge, we have all the takes, and communities, we are just mere feeding bottles, and we are coming to feed them with the knowledge of what we have, without taking into cognizance their cultural values, without taking into cognizance their historical background. And at this point, sir, if the community people are telling you no, you can't just come and force a project on us, that there is need for us to synergize. If you don't want to synergize with us and you think you want to come and feed us as babies, we don't want the project. So at that point, what will you do as a facilitator?
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your question.
Thank you very much. Let me start answering the question by giving an example of a project I became aware of. The same project I was talking about. In one of the locations, the organization moved in from Cross River State into the state, hired their staff, got their staff their office. In fact, it was a building, it's a story building. They had their office upstairs. And 95% of their staff were also brought in from Cross River State. The week they opened the office, the community members came and beat up the staff and sent them away from the communities. And when I heard the report, it was strange. But the community said they saw those people coming and they were wondering what they were coming for. They didn't consult the community members. They didn't say what it was they came for. They just saw people who were strangers. That's the word they used. People who were strangers coming in, hiring accommodation in town. They didn't know what they were up for. So they were up to. And so they beat them up. The office was closed for about 3 months. It required a lot of consultation before it opened. Some communities can go as far as that. And the case was so serious that the state government had to intervene in that case and set a standard for organizations coming into the state, minimum requirements that they must follow. It is important, and it is a lesson that I believe all of us here will appreciate. It is important that we recognize, respect, and uphold the cultural practices, the values, and everything that every culture holds dear. If we're going to succeed, it begins with that. And I think the Europeans did like that. You know, before they came to establish their presence, they sent researchers ahead. When we read these books, these people coming to study, understand the ways of the local people, publishing, sending out publications back to their homelands about the ways of life, the sociology of the people, the anthropology of these were the people that came first. To understand the ways of the people, their cultures, the community structures, the religious practices, and all of that. Before they came, that's part of the reason why they were successful, because they came and got in. By the way, that's also why Nigeria was created. They understood from inside out. And so when, as an NGO, you get into a community and you disregard issues of anthropology, sociology, the religions of the people, and all of this, you're preparing for failure. And that is why certain research projects, I have seen organizations that carried out research and produced results, but the results were contested by the communities. And sometimes it's for a simple reason. Your estimation of a particular cultural practice, if it is different from how the community estimates it, they're going to reject your conclusions. And when you look at a particular cultural practice and you wear glasses of a certain religious orientation, not their own orientation, your own, and then you draw conclusions about that cultural practice using value concepts that denigrate the religious practices of those local peoples, they are going to see you as an enemy. And so that is part of the reason why in the work we do, concepts such as cultural sensitivity, conflict sensitivity, and all of these, that is why the concepts arose and have become so important. So that we respect cultures, we respect norms, and all of that. There's an organization whose headquarters is in Senegal. They have operated for about 50 years. One of the reasons for their great and tremendous success is that they don't rush into communities. They can go and work in the community 3 to 5 years. They are not in a hurry to say that they have succeeded. They work with the communities, they get to understand the community structure. They learn to dress like those community members. When they're going to meet with them, they respect the culture. If they go to a community and in that community, everybody sits on the floor, they come and they sit on the floor. You know, so this organization is so successful for that reason. And we may have other organizations here and there that are equally successful. So I hope that this way I have been able to touch on the two questions, because the first question talked about what I said about culture and so on. These issues are very important, and if we're going to succeed in our practice of peace and in our contributions to security, community engagement must be used as a tool to help us engage communities better and respect their values and systems a lot better too. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation and the answers to the question. We appreciate.
So that we know where we listen.
Yes, sir. Dr. Mohammed.
When did he went to Hajj?
Over, sir.
No.
Dr. Mohammed, could you have the floor?
Yeah. Tosin, thank you so much for always.
Dr. Kudu, please unmute yourself. Dr. Kudu, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Tosi, for always coming to my rescue whenever I am sent out, as it were. I was just saying that because this is the last paper and its importance is so glaring, we will want to, if there's any other additional person that has a question, comment, or observation, I think my president is ready and available to take it. So any other person with a question, comment, or observation, please?
Yes, there is. My hand has been raised. I was hoping I'll be recognized.
Okay, please go ahead, identify yourself and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. My name is Kenke Ati. I work with Search for Common Ground. Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership, guidance, and mentorship. I have a quick question for you. We are interacting with a number of project management tools, PMP, PMD Pro, Agile, Scrum, and the rest. And then you brought in organic project management. You spoke strongly about it, which seems to be a lot more deeper in community engagement, community entry context. Would you be suggesting that as the way to go for NGOs and organizations that have very strong intentions to work deep down in the communities? And how do we go about accessing this knowledge, or where, point me to the right direction so that I can begin to upscale and upskill?
Okay. Thank you very much, Kenken. I appreciate. Thank you. The function of, or the factors that determine the project management approach or tools to use have to do, one, with the implementing organizations and then the donor organizations. There are some donors that will accept only projects that are submitted to them using the logical framework analysis. And if such a donor exists, they won't accept the organic project management approach. Because the philosophy of logical framework is that you have already planned in advance. And when they give you money, they expect you to use the money as was given. The organic approach recognizes that even when money is given and approved for an activity, things can change. So far, it's only a minority of donors that are utilizing this approach, sadly. Because the major donors, those that are doing the great work, supporting hugely, are promoting tools that are not so effective in the long run. And so I would say, and this is not for all the sectors, please, for those of us working in the behavioral sciences, the field of behavior, social change, peace and security, and every other intervention that aims to change communities. The donors working in that field should try to adapt. When you insist that your donees must use a tool that requires them to plan what they are going to do for the next 3 years in an environment that is changing very fast, environment with unpredictable social change factors in it, then you're a donor that is only interested in spending. You're not a donor that is interested in the outcomes. And so I think we need to take this advocacy to donors. Hopefully, there will be avenues to start the conversation until it reaches those that should be able to do this. The best case scenario I see is that some major donors will begin to say, okay, when it comes to areas established as working on certain contexts, in uncertain contexts, or perhaps peace and security and such other ones, they may say, okay, for these ones, we can allocate a certain amount of grants for that. It's possible that could happen, and then we can build momentum going forward. But I think it calls for advocacy. And like I said, for now, the best case is United States Institute of Peace. But TOSTAN, T-O-S-T-A-N, is that other organization that I talked about. The one, it's a global organization, but their headquarters, deliberately they chose Senegal, Dakar, and Chess. Chess is a rural community outside of Dakar, away from Dakar. That they chose. The training center is in Chess, about 3 hours away from Dakar. But they refuse to accept money from any donor that insists that they must do things differently. They have told big donors that, no, keep your money. If you won't work with us the way we know the communities like us to work, keep your money. And so organizations that they know they need money, but they know they value their integrity far more than the money they are going to receive, will be willing to refuse monies from donors who are only going to help them to fail in the long run. For peace and security projects, and I'm going to round up here, for peace and security projects, my strong advocacy will be that all donors supporting peace and security projects, particularly in post-conflict societies, should change their funding methodologies. They should be willing to fund using the USIP model or something close to it. Thank you. Thank you.
President, Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Mr. Nathaniel Wilson, Awopila Fellow of the SPSP, is our 4th and current president of the SPSP, Africa's foremost professional society for peace scholars and practitioners. A development humanitarian worker with background in philosophy, sociology, project management, peace building, and conflict resolution. He also has expertise in justice reforms, activism, and citizen protection. He has published paper, he's a published paper presenter, a researcher, and author of books. He's a multi-talented consultant on policy and strategy formulation, conflict sensitivity, peace building, and humanitarian issues. I discovered that at the beginning, we took it for granted that everybody knew our president, so we did not say a lot or a little about his background. But I now realize that we have new inductees that are inching to be inducted, which happens to be our next item on the agenda immediately after the practicum. And of course, we said, let's say a little about our president. President Sir, thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much for the paper, Skills for Engaging Communities Through Effective Project Management. I believe this paper can be developed into a book, and it will be a guide and for consultants, for project managers, and for practitioners. Thank you so much, President SPSP, sir.
Thank you so
Please,
much.
let us put our hands together for our president for this paper and for a lot more he's been doing for the SPSP. I can't hear the applause.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is practicum. And it's my pleasure to call on Dr. Victor Adesina, MSPSP, and Ms. Oluwatosin Ojewale, MSPSP, who is our esteemed Assistant Secretary General of the SPSP, to guide us through this session, practicum. Tosin and Dr. Adesina, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, our erudites, our scholars and leaders in the house. Dr. Kudu, we appreciate your coordination. And I want to say good morning to all of us. It's been a good time. And I know you have been enjoying these far, deep, and rich lectures given to us by our professors and eminent personalities in the house. I want to also lend my voice to appreciate the president that just delivered his lecture on project management and community engagement. That is excellent. So the aspect which you're going to take is the practicum. And the distinguished members in the house, let me say that all what we have been studying has been the theoretical aspect. Yes, our scholars are giving us the practical, their view and how it's supposed to be. Yes, we still see it as the practical aspect. But now, this section will take us from the theory to the practice, from the classroom to the field, recognizing that majority of us are practitioners. So I want us to try to understand the dimension, what it entails, and how we are going to approach or attack it. Because it's a practical, the real experience which is expected of us before we can be certificated. Let me invite Sister Tosin, the Assistant General Secretary, who has been also been coordinating, to share the slide and to talk about it and give us the dimension we are going to take. And then we now know when we are going to meet on this practical aspect, because due to time and what it entails, we will not be able to conclude it today, but it will be a take-home assignment. Thank you so much. Sister Tosin, take over, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor. Dr. Nare, he's not showing anything. Okay, next. Okay, sir. So we have a practical scenario. We have a scenario that's been created for us to work on based on our team, which has to do with community engagement. So this is the scenario. Kami community, which is a farming community, was invaded by S-men who destroyed their farmland, their cattle, and killed several people in the community. And this led to displacement of the local population and their resettlement in an IDP camp in another community. Now, Safe Community is an NGO that assists the government. They came to support the government with humanitarian intervention to help the resettled people in IDP camp. But few months later, the herdsmen who attacked earlier came again to the new settlements and attacked the people of Kami community that were in IDP camp again. However, this time around, the displaced community also fought, and it was a bloody clash between the two communities, leading to injury and deaths on both sides. However, Safe Community, which is an humanitarian organization, helped both parties. Now, helped both the displaced Kami community members and the elders that had injury. They helped treated the injured on the two sides, and this displeased the Kami community members. It displeased them, and they were aggrieved with what Safe Community has done, and they accused Safe Community of sponsoring the attack, supporting the elders in the community. So the matter was now brought to the leader of the host community. Now, the issue was brought to the leader of the host community for mediation. Now, how will the mediation process, how will it take place now? How will the leader of the host community, how will the leader of the host community help the disputing parties, facilitate the mediation process to reach a solution that is peaceful and agreed upon by both parties? So we are going to divide everybody into 3 groups based on the last list that was sent to the WhatsApp group on the prospective list. Dr. Yusuf, next slide. So one group will be the next slide. One group will be the Kami community. Group 1 will be the Kami community. Group 2 will be Safe Community, the NGO, and group 3 will be the mediator. That is the leader of the host community. So the people that their names, we have 90 people on the list right now. We have 90 people, 90 registered participants. So group number 1 to 30 will be group 1. Number 1 to 30 will be group 1, and there will be Kami community. Number 31 to 60 would be the Safe NGO, which is group 2, and group 3 will be from 61 to 90. So if your name fall under those categories that I've mentioned, that's the way the grouping will go. So group 1 will be the Kami community, group 2 will be the Safe Community NGO, and the group 3 will be the mediator. Now, each group is expected, so each group, someone in each group can create a WhatsApp group for each group, and you are expected to have a group leader and an assistant group leader. So you are going to, so group 1 will be the Kami community. Now, Kami community is coming for mediation session. So what are your preparations? What are your positions? How do you want to go about the things you will say when you get to the mediation session? The same thing for Safe Community NGO, and then the mediator who is to facilitate the process. How are they going to facilitate the process? So each by the end of, so each group is meant to go and interact with one another based on the scenario and their role and the role they will be playing, and they are going to have a representative. So at the end of the interaction, each group will have a representative or 2 that will come and present for them in the process. So we are going to come back. Dr. Larry, what's the date? Okay, so next week Saturday, we'll be coming back next week Saturday by 11 a.m. purely for practicum. We're going to be coming back next week Saturday by 11 a.m. for the practicum session. So we're going to have a live mediation session in which the mediator and the disputing parties will take charge and put us through the mediation of the scenario that been painted. Somebody is raising and
Yes, please, can I talk?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay, good afternoon, madam. Yes, please, my line was breaking while you were narrating the scenario. So please, I don't know how to get the scenario again.
I will send the slide to the group page. I will send the slide to the group page, the prospective members group page. Yes, I will send the slides. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Yes, ma'am. So on the 19th of April, we are coming back on the WhatsApp group for the practicum session. Sir, Mr. Ati Kengen, you have a question?
Yes, thank you for your explanation. In this scenario where nobody has anybody's number, it's all been redacted from the list we have. How do we create that?
Yeah, I think what will be done is
rather, I in my mind you should create it for us because you have all the details.
No, let Dr. Larry speak to that.
Okay, let me just explain it this way. There is a list we posted to the group already. The list has number 1 to number 30. The list also has 31 to 60. The list also has 61 to 90. So on the group, you just number 1 to 30 will speak on the group, and then of course somebody will take the initiative to somebody among 1 to 30 will create a group and then tell each person that is in 1 to 30 to join. Same thing we'll do for 31 to 60. Same thing from 61 to 90. So you will also be the one that will decide your group leaders and your assistants yourself. From what they've explained, that day they will be on the Zoom. I will be here, President will be here, Dr. Neji, Dr. Victor will be there. All right. So the mediator will be the one that will, of course, follow what has been done by Dr. Adams. And then, of course, it would now be between, and then both parties will present, and then, it's online. So that means the group 1 will not discuss what they've decided with anybody. That is only them that know. Group 2 would also the same thing. So say with group 3. So the mediator is coming as a neutral third party to see how things can be done between the 3 people. That's what it's about. Yes. Because of time, I promise you 1 o'clock. I don't know if anybody, Mr. Babakura, you can go ahead with your question. And then.
Please go ahead with your question, sir. Babakura, Mr. Babakura. You have the floor, Mr. Babakura. Okay, the next person, Mr. Girigiri Wisdom.
Thank you.
Okay, please drop
strong.
You can drop your questions in the chat or on the group page.
You wake up, you sleep. Well, all of a sudden you feel something.
Is that for me?
We can mute ourselves. We want to talk. People can mute ourselves. People are talking and discussing, making others want to hear.
Some decorum now. Can we please mute?
Please.
Please
let us all of us check our status. Let us mute ourselves. If you are not permitted to talk, this is a public forum, please.
Okay, so that will be the end of the the practicum session. We have further information on that. We get across to you on the prospective group page. Thank you, sirs and mans.
Thank you, Tosin. I think Keng's observation was that whoever is going to be creating groups on the list, the numbers are not there. So it's either you are going to help out create the groups or make the numbers of participants available. Thank you.
Femi Bodiojotu, that's what I was about to.
Let me address this. Okay, maybe what I will create 1 to 3 and share the link with the WhatsApp page. So if your number falls between group 1, group 2, or group 3, just use the link and join your group. I'll do that. I think that solves the issue. Okay, so Dr. Victor, please check your WhatsApp. Dr. Victor, please check your WhatsApp for that. So Dr. Victor will give us further information on the platform.
All right, so that means on Saturday, we'll all meet here on Saturday. We have the Zoom purely for us to just do presentations after listening to all of you. So Dr. Victor will say one or two things, after which I will do a short profile of SPS, of course. After Professor, Dr. Kudu will invite me. Thank you. I think there's one more practicum that Dr. Victor will tell us about. And then after that, we'll go to the next session so that by 1, I promised we'll be out of here. Once again, I'm okay. I'm not yet the MC. Let me leave it for the MC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lanre, Dr. Adesina, Ms. Tosin. I think that practicum, I can just imagine how interesting it will be next Saturday. Now we move to the next item on the agenda, as they say, will be, I'll introduce to you Dr. Lanre Waju, Secretary General of the SPSP, who will guide us as to how the induction proper will take place. Dr. Lanre, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, my big brother, Dr. Kudu Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. Thank you so much. You've been immense from the beginning of those events today. You really took a lot of things from my shoulders. All right, so the induction proper is what we will have now. But before we do that, as is rules of SPSP, one of the first thing we do each time we have an induction training is first to give a short profile of SPSP. Now, the reason why we do this profile is because it helps us to give you an insight into exactly what SPSP is. So I'll be sharing my screen in a jiffy. Okay, so please, you bear with me. I'll be very, very fast. Center for Peace Studies and Practice. We have 2 offices, the corporate headquarters at the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan. The administrative office is the National Open University, Jabi. Okay. The Society of Peace Studies and Practice was registered in 2006, although it was in 2004 that the idea, but it was incorporated in 2006 as an umbrella body of peace scholars and practitioners in Nigeria, and it had, it went to the main aim was to promote nonviolent approach to conflict resolution through research, advocacy, and actionable mechanisms aimed at strengthening local capacities. So the vision, the emergence of a professional platform for synergic relationship focused on sustainable peace and development. The mission statement is building and strengthening the local capacities of peace scholars and peace practitioners for qualitative service in peace building and development initiatives. So these are some of the things we aim to do. So our journals, we publish journals, we publish books, we publish monographs. The latest book we have is the Readings in Policing, Peace and Security. That's readings in honor of the Inspector General of Police, who is a member, that is IGP Kayode Egbetokun, FSPSP. Our journals are up to date. We even have 3 already for this year that will be launched by the end of this year during our conference. So what are highlights of our collaboration? In 2011, we had a collaboration with Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji, Kaduna, and that's where they applied for institutional membership. In 2012, our conference was hosted in that college, that is at Jaji. And the fellow, one of the fellows was General Boro. Yeah, a number of high-ranking officers and generals in the Nigerian Army have been awarded the fellowship till date. There is an ongoing collaboration between the military and University of Ibadan, midwife by SPSP. It has seen senior Air Force officers, naval officers, and Army participating in the UI Masters program. In the same vein, the SPSP was involved in starting the program in other universities, as you will see later. Okay, without attempting to be exhaustive, this is a list of our fellows in Europe, Africa, and America. Currently we have 3 major generals at chief of army staff, who include General Martin Luther Aguai, In fact, he was with us in Kaduna last year. General Luka Yusuf, General Abdurrahman Dambazao, that's the former Chief of Army Staff and former Minister of Interior. And we have General Azubike Iyejirika. We currently have 2 IGPs as our fellow, IGP Ogbonna Onovo and IGP Kaki Egbetoku. Other senior members, that senior military officers include General Nu Bamali, Major General Ishak Penap, Brigadier General retired Paul Boro, Brigadier General Jones Algofa, retired, and Air Commodore Ayodele Dudushola. Some national leaders include General Yakubu Gowon, His Excellency Ambassador William Awinado Kiringia, His Excellency Ambassador Sapa Dinjoku, His Excellency Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, Chief Servant Chief Servant Babangida Muazu Babangida Aliu, His Excellency Ambassador Fatima Sahad Abubakar. Some civil society leaders include Dr. Chukwemeka Eze, Dr. Mrs. Olubukola Ademola Adeleng, who is the person that presented to you yesterday. She's in charge of the UN system in Sierra Leone, and Dr. Takwa Zif Siufon Zebulon, who is the senior advisor to the resident coordinator and UN country team lead Zimbabwe. Eminent scholars include Professor Muhammad Kiari, the Vice Chancellor of the University of University Biu. We have Malam Yusuf Ali, Professor Wahab Egbowole, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin, Professor Felicia Olabisi Olasede Williams, Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, and the University of Ibadan. Then we have the Lagos State University Vice Chancellor, Professor BME Olatunji Bello, and some other people. These are some of our partners: West African Network for Peace Building, ICMC, University of Ibadan, University of Ilorin, Osun State University, Redeemers University, Babcock University, Alikma, Search for Common Ground, Nigerian Army Resource Center, Nigerian Defense College, among others. What programs have we been involved in? We're involved in resolving the kidnappings in Zamfara. We are still involved one way or the other. We're involved in sorting the Ife Modakeke crisis. We're involved in the Niger Delta Amnesty Program. We're involved in Informers Elders, intervention in the Informers Elders conflicts in Okeogun. We're also involved in the rehabilitations of Boko Haram, repentant Boko Haram members, and we've been involved in the creation of mediation centers and multi-door courthouses around Nigeria. This is our board chairman, Professor Sulaiman Elias Bogoro, former TED Fund Executive Secretary, our president, Mr. Natalia Musen Awapila, Professor Olawale Albert is the founder of the society, and these are the board members, which includes the people in the society. Yes, and this is the National Working Committee. You can see the names there. I don't want to bore you with the names, but these are the names of the National Working Committee members. The structure is such that once you are inducted today, you become a member. You will be inducted as a General Assembly member. That means you're a member, so you belong to General Assembly. That's the highest decision-making body in society. And then we have the Board of Trustees. We also have the National Working Committee. Then we have the assistant. All right. Then these are some of our facilities, some of them. And I want to end using what was said by Thomas Hobbes, which says that the power of reason. He reveals that the law of nature, enable humans to establish a state of peace and escape the horrors of the state of nature. Meaning that somehow laws of nature allows us, to establish a state of peace. So one of the things we do is to see how we can prove this. So peace cannot be kept through force or violence, but through understanding, and that is what we aim to do in SPSP. All right, that's just a brief profile of SPSP as we could give. Now it's for us to go into the induction proper. Before we do that, is Dr. Victor back for the Dr. Victor? Okay, he's not yet ready for that. Okay, all right. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I said, Ms. Tosin, we'll attend to you, please.
Okay, she has told me. No problem, sir. She just told me that. All right. Without much further ado, we want to go straight to the induction proper. Like I said, one of the reasons why I'm rushing is because I already promised us that we'll finish from here before 1 o'clock. And it's good for us to stick to what we promised. That way, it makes us a credible, organization. All right. Before I start the induction, let me announce that normally our lapels, there is a lapel that comes with being a member of SPSP. If you check my chest very well, I have the lapel here. Now, this lapel is normally for sale. It's supposed to be for 3,000 or 3,005. But yesterday, I had a meeting with the president, And the president, after consulting with the NWC, is happy to announce that every member of the society that is part of this training, that is every member that will be inducted today, you will be inducted and you will have, with the permission of the president, a lapel each. I think the president deserves a round of applause at the NWC for that consideration. So everybody will be given a lapel free of charge. Yes, so the lapels will be picked up either at our office in Ibadan or the office in Abuja. Once you just walk in, just tell them, once you introduce yourself, my staff will be on ground to hand over your lapels to you. Also, let me let you know that after you've done your presentations next week Saturday, your certificate with your certificate number would be scanned and sent to your email. However, the hard copies will be available also at the Ibadan and the Lagos office and the Abuja office. So that means you could come, you pick up a certificate, you pick up your lapel. However, we will send a soft copy to your email as an advanced copy for those who want to use it for anything you want to use it for. In addition, like I told you earlier, you also entitled to a certificate of participation. That one will be sent to you today. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for clapping for me. Sometimes I also enjoy when you clap for me. Okay. So in addition to that, before the end of today, in fact, I'm very sure before 4, all the slides will be sent to your email. All the slides.
That would be nice.
Also deserve a round of applause for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So all slides will be sent to you. In addition, if you check your group page, earlier today, I sent you the recording of the whole of yesterday's proceedings. Today also, before the end of the day, the proceedings of today will also be posted to you so that you can download and listen to it again, so in case you want to pick up something or put it side by side or vis-a-vis the slides that we are sending to you. So the video of today's proceeding will also be sent. Yes, to be sent to you. Then the president has also advised that we should also load the video on our YouTube channel. So we'll load the videos on our YouTube channel so you can also see it from that angle. So we are ensuring that everything is in play and you will not, you will not be left behind. So some people that had network issues, you could easily go back and check those videos. Okay, now please open. You can open from your the platform. Open the oath of induction that I sent to you, and you will read it after me. You will all unmute, though. You will all unmute. So after we do that,
where do we get the oath? I don't know if I.
It's on the WhatsApp platform. It's on the WhatsApp platform.
Oh, fine.
Yes, you cannot open you can open it. Let me see if I can also get it from here so that we all.
Okay, sir, please, the address to your Abuja office, please.
You know where I'll post onto the platform. Yes. Please also note that we need to snap pictures before we go. So after the induction oath has been done, we will do a general. Everybody will all open our cameras and we'll do a general snapping of the pictures. So I don't even know how to snap everybody, but I'm sure we'll get used to that. Okay. I told you to not snap. Are we together?
Yes. Dr. Larry.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
73, and I just noticed, just as I was about to say 73, it came down to 72. Okay, it's got back to 73. So since the number has come, if we could just do the shots now, so that some people don't fall out. Because I noticed people are falling out.
Let me bring that eyebrow for me.
Okay, so we should do the shots before we.
Yeah, we can just take the photos. Yeah. In case everybody falls out, I think we will stop.
Okay. Can we all
the blue dress. The blue dress. Yes. They want to start.
I don't know if this last time. We gave everybody. So let me use it again. Can we all unmute?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. See an app that will help you to snap everybody. I think it's called X or something. Just got to snap it in. Okay, if I'll just use my camera. All right. Can we all please?
SPSP.
Please, can you read after me?
We need to see the shots now.
Raise your right hand and say after me.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I.
Always represent the interest
the name of the society.
Any action that will bring the name of the society, I will always represent the progress of the society whenever I of
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, see what people are saying to you. You cannot tell them to buy something. How much is it? So what can't you tell him to buy?
Any action that will
scan it and send it to my WhatsApp. I won't send it to somewhere.
always present the interest. This is the way to present the interest and seek the progress of the society.
You are supposed to read after me. You are supposed to read exactly what I tell you to read. The only place I will say your name. After that, you read after me. Please follow and read after me only. Are we together? Do we understand?
Yes.
I say hi. You say hi. Okay. Right. Now, good. You can raise your hand and say after me. I. Solemnly swear.
Solemnly swear.
Society for studies and practice.
As a member of the society.
I pledge to observe the standards and the ethics of the profession and to avoid any action that will represent society to disrupt. To avoid any action. I will always bring the name of the society and the progress of the society to
The name of the society to disrepute.
Whatever I do,
I will always present the interest. Of the society.
Whatever I do,
whatsoever I do.
So help me God.
So help me
Help me God.
Okay, Mr. President, after having fulfilled all the tenets and all the requirements of becoming members of the society, I hereby present to you, Mr. President, sir, the following prospective members who have just sworn the oath for you to either accept or reject them from becoming members of society. Mr. President, sir, I hand over to you.
I want to congratulate all the very distinguished and respected men and women who dedicated almost all of their days half of today to this process. We value it greatly. We appreciate you greatly. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, ably chaired by Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro, the National Working Committee, and I acknowledge all National Working Committee members here with us, Vice President Dr. Obi Ndifon Neji, Professor Jude Mamodu, and all distinguished executive leaders of the society. The Board of Fellows, ably led by Her Excellency Ambassador Fatima Saad Abubakar, the Central Working Committee, some of whose members are also here with us, our very distinguished fellows, members. On behalf of all, I do warmly welcome you into the society. We receive you, we congratulate you, and we hope that you add value in our common pursuit of peace and security in Africa and globally. Congratulations once again, and welcome to SPS.
Congratulations, everybody. Welcome to SPS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you Mr. President. Thank you, Secretary.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you.
Before I hand over to please Tosin to handle the rest of the event. I want to congratulate you on behalf of the president and everyone that is here, and NWC and the BOT. I want to congratulate you and welcome you into Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Like I said yesterday, from today onwards, your acronym will be told to you later, and you'll be let to know how you are to recognize your name. Let me say congratulations. At this juncture, my job has been done. So I want to hand over. Of course, we'll do other communication. So hand over to Ms. Tosin as she takes over the proceedings from here. The president is on your platform. You could easily relate to him. You could also ask me questions anytime you need to ask me questions. Welcome to SPSP. We are proud of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone.
This
morning, to have you into the SPSP
please permit me
family.
Thank you so much.
We know that you're going to do great things for yourself, for your communities, and for the society at large. Now it's time for a vote of thanks. We need two representatives. We need two representatives from the newly inducted members.
We are not hearing you.
Tosin, you are mute. Tosin, you're mute.
Tosin, you muted yourself. Tosin, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Is everybody else able to hear her? I'm not hearing
No,
her.
no, no, we are not
We're
hearing
not
her.
hearing her.
We are not hearing her,
We
sir.
can't, yeah.
Lanre, please step in. Dr. Lanre, please step in.
We're not hearing her.
Dr. Lanre, if you're there, please step in.
Dr. Angela.
Yes.
And Mr. Titus
Can
will
I
give
talk?
the vote of thanks. Dr. Angela, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And let me start by saying a big congratulations to the newly inductees. This is not a mean feat. The past 2 days have been hectic on us as people, but I just want to salute our resilience and determination to see that we participated in the entire process. And so to all the inductees, can you just give yourself a pat on the back and give yourself a round of applause? Thank you so very much. Secondly, I want to thank the entire board, executive working committee of SPSP for the great opportunity they've just accorded us to be members of the SPSC. We do not take your magnanimity for granted. We really want to express our appreciation for all that you've done to ensure that we all see to the success of being inducted today. And lastly, but not by any means not the least, I want to say a very profound thank you to all the facilitators for the cerebral papers they've presented, for impacting knowledge immensely on us. I must say here that I'm leaving here a much better person. I've been teaching conflict and peace management for about 10 years, over 10 years. And I thought I knew most of the things, but I must confess that I've just gained great and new insights into what I do, and that the knowledge I've gained will go a long way in improving my teaching of peace and conflict studies at my center and at the world at large. So for those fantastic and stellar papers that you've presented since yesterday, culminating into today, we say a very big thank you. And we ask that the Lord continue to increase you and grant you more grace to succeed at your trade. Lastly, I have the honor to announce to the House that one of us who also just got inducted and the coordinator of the Plateau branch of SPSP, Professor Yemisi Rachel Amukpitan, has just been promoted to the position of full chair. She's a professor. She got a professorial promotion today, and I have the honor to announce. She asked me to help her announce to the House. And if you don't mind, you can all join me to say a big congratulations to her. She's actually online. Just say a big congratulations.
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 Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma.
We
Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you very
Angela.
And on that note, I want to end here and say a very big thank you also to the team that puts this all together. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Dr. Angela, for that beautiful vote of thanks. Mr. Titus, you have the floor now. Kindly unmute yourself. After which we would allow Mrs. Imabong Okon to. She's been raising her hand up since, so we'd like to hear her voice too. Mr. Titus, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Titus, are you
Please,
there?
just thank you. That was an error,
Mrs.
please.
Imaba,
But
please, you have
thank
the
you
floor.
very much. Thank you very much. I
Oh,
enjoyed
Mr.
every bit
Titus
of it.
is
Thank
saying
you.
something. Mr. Titus, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself and speak.
So, like I said, that was an error. But thank you very much. Thank you to all the facilitators. I'm so happy for everything. Thank you very much, right? Okay.
Titus.
Sorry.
Mrs. Imaba, you have the floor, please.
I just want to say a very big congratulations to the organizers of this workshop, and also a big congratulations to the newly inducted members, including me. I appreciate everything. The topics, the presentations, they were super. I want to say that you people have done well to give us this opportunity, to give us the wing to fly. I pray God bless and uphold SPSP. And I thank the participants and every other person. I say it's been a wonderful outing. Thank you very much. God bless everyone.
Thank you too.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. On this note, versus Professor Rachel Yemisi Amopiton,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Thank you very
ma'am.
much.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. I want to say big thank you and job well done to the organizer, the president, the secretary. You have done wonderfully well. I want to also thank the facilitators for those wonderful lectures. I know we'll never forget them in a hurry. I want to especially, congratulate and thank my colleagues in the office, Dr. Angela, Adeoye, Celine, Kevin, Dr. Sesson Peters, and the students. Despite the short notice, some of them, because they still registered for this, in this hard time. It's not easy to cough up that money. I remember the other lecturer that he said, this kind of program is supposed to be sponsored by the government. So for them to have bring out this huge amount of money to register for this, because you are not going to use it for yourself at the end of the day, but for the betterment of the society. I said, God bless you. And I want to thank you for believing in me. Because if not, I know you won't bring down that kind of huge amount this time. Thank you very much. God bless you. And I know that, yes, truly, you have not wasted your time. I love, Dr. Angela said she has been teaching for the past 10 years, but of sure, she can testify that today she gained something new. And I know that even for the rest of us, the same thing. May God bless you, and may God continue to enrich and bless the facilitators and even the organizer. And thank you for celebrating me. Thank you so much. Like the Yoruba will say, you are carry you. The blessing will go around. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ma'am. Thank you very much, Prof. Ma'am. President, sir, President, do you have anything to say as we close the curtain for this workshop and induction?
There are questions.
Mr. Nathaniel?
Okay. I hear somebody saying there are questions. I don't know if you want to think.
Check the chat, please.
Okay, the chat. Okay. Please send the address of the SPSP Abuja office. Is that the one you mean? Okay, so Dr. Lange or Ms. Tosin will share those on the platform, on the prospective platform. And they will do so and also mention when you can start so that you don't go before all of that is there ready for you. I think we can add some flexibility to that. We can add some flexibility to that. In addition to giving you the address of the Abuja and Ibadan offices, they will also give you their contact addresses. That is that of the Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General. And that's for the Ibadan office. For the Abuja office, the Treasurer and the Financial Secretary. They will have an arrangement to make it flexible for you so that if you call and you are in a particular location that is closer to where they are and they have it, instead of going to the office, we may do that. Maybe not all the time, but at least for this time, let's do it. Let's do that flexibility. Although we would have loved you to know the office, visit the office, but we'll add this flexibility to it so that it's easier for you. But please feel welcome to visit the office too.
I'm currently outside the country and I will not be back any moment. How do I get mine?
So like the Secretary General said, it will be the e-copy will be sent to you.
Thank you.
The only thing you will not get immediately will be the lapel, but you get that as soon as it's feasible for you to have it. And
Okay,
thank you
I'll
very
send
much for joining.
You,
I wasn't.
Mr. President, maybe she will help us. She will help us start SPSP wherever she is. Also,
please, where are you, man?
She's capable.
I'm in the US. I'm in the US.
So, is it studies or work?
Yeah, I came on fellowship, but I'm not going any moment.
That's great.
I'm not leaving any moment.
Yes. Like the answer.
The answer is
please,
yes.
We will speak further. We will speak further.
Okay.
Let me just mention a way of information that in 2023, we created a platform that we referred to as SPSP Diaspora. And the reason for that concept is that all SPSP members who live in countries or communities, let's say countries or states, where outside Nigeria, who live outside Nigeria in a country that does not have SPSP operational, we refer to them as diaspora. And we're not doing so because it's a beautiful name. We're doing so because we want to remind ourselves that we should have physical presence in those locations where our members are, so that they will be identified with the country. It won't be too much to say that in the next 2-3 years, we should have SPSP UK, SPSP US. We're already working on SPSP Africa. For Africa, we should very soon get to all the sub-regions. At least we have for West Africa and Central Africa. We're working on East, South, and North. But wherever SPSP members are, they should have a family where they can meet and collaborate and work together. So thank you. If you are in any location and you want to take it up to work with us to establish SPSP's physical presence, be assured we will be very happy, because it's a very important task that we're working on. I want to thank you once again for your presence. You are a very highly recognized team. Yesterday, when the Secretary General was identifying some of you, and I did report this to the Board of Trustees Chairman, some of the team we have here. He wanted to know, is it the NISS, National Institute of Security Studies, or is it the police, or is it the army? I told him it's a team that has everybody, and there are major generals here. There are assistant commissioners and such other people. They are heads of institutions, professors, and very eminent experts. And we acknowledge you each, and we highly regard you. And I do hope that after this induction, you feel welcome any day to reach out. Let it not just be something we finish and keep us on our toes. Let's do everything that we should do together so that SPSP will be a household name. a name that is contributing effectively to peace and security on the continent. Thank you once again. I appreciate you very greatly on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for being with us since the beginning of the program yesterday. Thank you for being with us since the beginning of the program. So I've sent the slides of all the presentations to the WhatsApp platform, so we can access the slides. So on this note, we take the national anthem to close the training session, the workshop, and the induction program. So let's unmute ourselves as we take the national anthem.
Please, can we all be upstanding as we do that?
Let's unmute ourselves as we take the national anthem.
And be upstanding, please.
1, 2, 3, go.
Nigeria,
It moves.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the training. We've come to the end of the workshop and induction. The WhatsApp platform is open. If you have any question, if you have anything that you want to let us know, you can contact the President, the Secretary General, and myself on the WhatsApp platform. Thank you all for joining.
Bye. Thank you,
Thank you all. Thank you all. God bless you. Nice to have met every one of you. Thank you. I'm always open for questions anytime. Thank you. Thank you.
But there's a
Have a lovely time out. You can meet people
Congratulations to
here, take their
us.
numbers. Well, of course, you can meet them on the
I'll
WhatsApp
see
platform.
everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
A reaction, please.
Dr. Larry. Dr. Larry.
Ma.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, ma.
Yeah, am I on any of the platforms?
Is that Mrs. SPSP Grace Olaino?
Yes.
Let me see. I want to see your. I'll work on that, ma. Apologies.
Thank you. I've just been inducted. This is a different training. So
no, you are not. Which inducted? My feel said.
We are learning. We are on learning and relearning. I enjoyed the training.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, well
I'm
done.
so happy to see many faces here. So many faces.
Congratulations to us all.
Hello.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Hey, Doctor,
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best. All the best.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Peace. Que umanye.
SP Jeffrey, well done. Well done. Mr. Joseph Mbakwe, well done.
Yes, greetings, sir. That is
Dr. Babakura, thank you so much for your very insightful comments during the training. The issue you raised is very well noted, and I hope that on an ongoing basis, we continue to do so.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Bye.
Mr. President, Professor Afisi just called me now, so I sent your number to him. He said he was going to give you a call. I think he should. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then, Mr. President, Oyinloye Olayinka, Dr. Oyinloye Olayinka is the. I don't know if he's Dr. Oyinloye. Are you still online? I can see that you're online. Dr. Oyinloye, I wanted to unmute. He's muted. Yeah. Is him and the Kwara State commandants that joined this program together. So I think he works in the office of yeah. And then to say something, but it's not available. Okay. All right. Let me end the meeting for everybody. All right, sir.